Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome in. Yo, Queen Bee kicking us off strong with a 7-month resub. Let's go, Queen Bee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, welcome in. Callie, it's good to see you. Jasmine, AVV, it's good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see. We got Night Fox. We got David over here. We got Nightbot. It's so good to see you. Smooth Fox in the house as well. We got Night Fox and Smooth Fox. I love it here. Queen Bee, thank you, friend, for the 7 months. Stormy as well. Pastor Jim. Jelly, I see that. We can do a fun creative. Okay, Jelly, that sounds good. Dutch, it's good to see you as well. Midnight. Hello, hello. Lilith, good to see you, friend. And I think I got everybody who's here so far. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Your name is the same color as somebody else's. Yo, Death Eater's in the house as well. It's good to see you, friend. You could actually enjoy it. Okay, all right. I'm willing to check it out. Faux show. Faux show. But guys, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good. Yo, Francisco, what's up, dude? It was a phenomenal day today, chat. I will Nightbot. I'll add you. I'll tell you how to join and how to do all that stuff in just a bit. If you're over on TikTok, you want in for community night, make sure you go over to Twitch, drop us a follow. You'll be able to join the queue over there when I open it up here in just a little bit. Okay, chat? In just a little bit. So be patient. I'll be able to play tonight. Let's go, Night Fox. Let's go. That's awesome. PT is a troll redemption or something? Okay, Jim, you're going to get banned early tonight, friend. You're going to get banned early. Hopefully everything leveled out. It was lagging on TikTok on my end, but right now it looks good, and we have no frames drop, so that's a huge bonus. Plus, my CPU usage is super low, so things should be good. I think it just needed to kick off the dust a little bit and crank it up. But chat, phenomenal day today. Holy smokes, we baptized so many people today. I was literally in the baptistry tank for roughly an hour and a half-ish, maybe a little bit longer. Let's see. So our 10 o'clock service ended at 11. Yo, Dragon Star, I saw that offline follow last week, friend. I appreciate the mess out of you. It is so good to see you in chat. Welcome in. My name is PT Stress, full-time kids pastor, family-friendly streamer. Today, chat, we celebrated a lot of life change. A lot of life change. It was absolutely incredible. We baptized over 120 people just at our main campus today, and I had the honor and privilege of baptizing about 30 to 40 of those people myself, a lot of them being kids from our ministry. And it was an absolutely incredible day. We had felt like hours. It was a long time. It was a very long time. But the water was a great temperature. My feet were a little shriveled when I got out, but it was absolutely amazing. We had a lady get baptized who was 2 years sober, like today. A guy who was a year sober and a guy who was 70 days sober as well, who have just completely had a life transformation. And so we get to baptize them publicly in front of hundreds of people today. Absolutely incredible day. And I got to baptize my oldest son today, Francisco, who is over on TikTok chat. For those of you on Twitch, one of my amazing coworkers and friends, got to baptize his son right alongside me baptizing my son today. It was an absolutely phenomenal day. So yeah, I'm pumped that it's community night. It's so good to see you guys. Darkfire and Chonky rolling in. Snowy rolling in. Yes, Snowy, you will be able to join. You have an ad? That's okay, Nightbot. And Dragonstar, again, welcome, friend. Thank you so much for dropping that follow offline. I appreciate you, and welcome to the Tornado fam. Guys, don't send me, this could be one of my, actually, that's somebody, I don't know who that is. That's okay. Don't send me requests. We're going to open up a queue here in just a little bit. I am going to get warmed up, though. I'm actually going to jump into the FN Rats FFA map real quick and get a little warm-up in. Get a little warm-up in, and then we'll open up the queue and get you guys in for squads. If you haven't been here for community night in a while or ever, here's how it works. We do 2 games as a squad. I'll open up a queue, and then you're good, Trip. No worries. Make sure you drop a follow on Twitch, though, because that's the only place that I'm running a queue. So if you're on TikTok, I will unfortunately not be able to get you in games unless I have previously confirmed that I will do so. But we're going to jump in here real quick. Make sure my game... Oh, I should probably grab weapons, huh? Sick. I love it here. I just jumped in the map with no weapons, so we'll just do this real quick. seriously? I really need this man to just eliminate me. No. Here. Can I die in here? There's something I can go stand on. Yeah. No. Here, okay, perfect. That's what I needed. Stream lag on your end, just refresh because we're not dropping any frames. Yo, Ronaldo, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. I gotta get my bearings here, chat. Time to warm up a little. Yo, thank you guys for the follows that are just dropping in on TikTok. It is community night over twitch.tv/PT Stress. You guys will be able to join. Twin mag, yes, please. All right, chat, here we go. Time to be a little trolly on this map. Wait, who popped me? Oh, he has one too. Imagine warming up. Yo, Poison Pixie, it's good to see you, friend. Sinners, what's up, dude? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Welcome in. Nobody's gonna land on the fridge. Y'all just gonna let me own this fridge right now? I'm concerned. Who does that? Nobody's gonna push me? Sinners, how are you, buddy? Oh my gosh, chat. I'm scared. This man out here rocking a grappler? Is this like a thing that's happening right now? Hate when my ADS does that jump to the left thing on the first couple times that I... Hey, bro. Okay, who is this? And why is he running my meta? Bless, let's go, Sinners. We were just talking about, don't forget to use code PT Stress in the item shop. Look at you, Smooth Fox. You're a legend, bro. No, bro. I got you. Yes. Oh, that's Chonky. I got you, Chonky. Let's go. I died to Cypher PK. I am so not focused right now. No way you're running my meta, bro. Get out of my game with that noise. You dead. No, you didn't die? No, bro. What? I forget how slow the pump is, actually. Wait, Chonky, did you switch skins? You were a default before. I'm by myself in this game. Wait, Darkfire, you're in too? No shot. Oh, somebody killed the Cypher. Wait, there's two Cyphers in here. Bro, why is it not knocking people back as far as it used to? I'm lasering right now with this thing. And getting nothing for it. Oh, that's actually a dope spot. Oh, let's try again. Let's try. This chaos? It is. This is a great map. I'm dead. No, I'm not. No, bro. I'm getting double teamed. Trying to queue in. Give me a few business days to connect. Darkfire. Fire up your toaster, friend. Fire up your toaster. No way. Smooth Fox, have a great night, buddy. Yo, Chris, what up? What map is this? This is the FN Rats FFA created by none other than Squatting Dog. If you haven't played this map, you got to check it out. I'm used to running 2 Flintknocks and I'm running 2 SMGs. Let me go fix that. Chris, it's good to see you, bro. How you doing, man? Phenomenal day today, dude. But Sinners, we were just talking about the fact that we baptized over 120 people today at our main campus, and it was just an absolutely incredible day, man. Bye. Oh, they live when you knock them there? Ashton? Yeah, you die. Oh, excuse me? Oh my gosh, I got stuck on that man's body. Yo, Corey, welcome in, dude. I have to eat before you queue in. Okay, yeah. Go eat and then you'll be able to queue. Because I haven't opened it just yet either. Why is everybody standing up top in the spawn? Why is nobody playing? Yeah, Chonky knows my meta. Chonky, you didn't stick the landing, friend. What do you mean? What? Why are you trying to be friends up here, bro? Do you not know what this map is? We have friends here? Chunky. Oh, I hit the same guy twice. Why am I getting, like, targeted, chat? Targeted. Okay, bruh. You got to come out of your little rat hole up here. Okay, look, chat. These two guys just holding hands up here. Connect to beacon services. Wait, what? Hey, bruh. What are these two yahoos doing? Map code? Bradley, I would have to type that out in Twitch chat. And that seems like a lot of work, friend. You could just search it. FN Rats FFA. Oh, Chonky. You got lucky, friend. I missed my shot. Bro, I need to get up top, man. Ain't gonna be able to do it. I didn't think so. Okay, I have an idea. I have to get up there and take those guys out. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Please hold. Please hold. No. I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. Yo, Jax, welcome in. It's good to see you. Are they going to peek that hole again? Oh, he tried. He tried. He tried. Map code. Let me see if I can just find it real fast. I can't. Cannot find it. I know where to go. I know where to go. Got this. But this was created by the one, the only squatting dog. You can also search it. Peek it. Peek it. Peek it. Chonky just died of fall damage. Wait, what? That's what you get. That's what you get. Oh, there it is, Darkfire. Thank you for posting it here, but I need it on TikTok is where I really need it. Oh, buddy. Come on. Come over here. That man just fell very far down. Good shot. You can't shoot us up here. Are you aware of that? I don't think you are. Throw this game. Why are y'all holding hands up here? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, thank you, Lilith. I appreciate you, friend. All right, please hold. Took their little rat spot, chat. No way. Yo, D, welcome in, friend. It's good to see you. All right, chat. Let me focus up for just a second and get a little warmed up, a little more warmed up than where I'm at currently, and then we'll be ready to go. Bro, I am about done with these two guys. Lost your mic, Dutch? That's okay. It's okay. Yo, BDB, thank you for the follow. All right, chat. Y'all ready? Let's get ready to open this queue, shall we? I should re-queue. Snowy, yes, we are going to open up a queue. You guys will be able to join for some squad games. Comms are not necessary. They are helpful. But if you don't have comms, don't feel pressured to use comms. But please make sure that you ping to communicate with teammates, okay? All right, here we go, chat. Let's get the queue opened up. If you are on Twitch chat, not TikTok, if you are on Twitch chat, !Q space join, just like you see it right there from Stream Elements in the chat, and that will allow you to jump in. Lilith got in my game. I'll do it on TikTok. Perfect. Sounds good, Jelly. You won't be the only one. That's the thing. And then if we are not friends already, go ahead and send me a friend request. That way I can pick that up. I see that, Snowy. I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Wait to send me a request till it's your turn. !Q space join. No. Okay. You left as I was heavy sniping the campers. Nice, Chunky. Okay, perfect, Nightbot. Wait till I tell you it's your turn, though. Make sure you join the queue, okay? !Q join, just like Dutch and several others have done in the chat. Corey did as well. I got Nightbot, Corey, Dutch. You guys will be the first three. So let's go ahead and get you guys added. Nightbot, are we already friends, though? There's Corey. Let me get Corey in here. And then Dutch, I just need a friend request from you as well. You're Cyan. Oh, yeah, we're already friends, aren't we?
Hello there.
Cyan Skydiver, is that you? Yo, is it Adra? Thank you for the follow.
Switching headsets.
Hello there.
What up, what up? Welcome in.
Switching headsets.
Okay, perfect.
I'm good to go now.
Awesome. Nightbot, I don't see it, friend. All right, let me just grab our fourth and then we'll be ready to go. You sent it again? I don't see it, dude. All right, type your username one more time. I'll send you a friend request. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do. Marissa, send me one. Send me. Type your username one more time in the chat. And that way I can send it over real fast. Because I don't have to scroll. Yo, Michael, thank you for the phone. Wait, Michael who? Wait, Michael Bowen. Is this the Michael Bowen that I know? Michael Bowen? No shot. Yo, Haley, what's up, friend? Hey, I'm going to get you. I owe you games, so you're going to get in. You're Zelk 271. 271. That's what I need. Wait, what's happening? 271. Nightbot, are you sure? You sure that's right? Brandon, what's up, friend? Welcome in. Oh, that's okay, Haley. I'll get you in either way. I'm going to get you in for some games sometime, friend. Marissa, it's good to see you. Lilith, remind me to, next time I do a mobile stream, next time I stream from my phone, like playing some Pop Darts with my boys, to add you as a mod. Haley, I'm doing well. Brandon, I'm doing great, friend. It's so good to see you. Nightbot, make sure you have friend requests like set where I can send this over. And make sure you give me your Epic name, not like your Xbox or PlayStation name if you're on Xbox or PlayStation. Yep, go to Twitch if you guys want to join. Yo, Zach, thank you for the GGs, bro. I appreciate you. All right, chat, we're just trying to grab our fourth, okay? You're on Switch. All right, try sending me a friend request again. Hey, Nightbot, let me ask you, when we were doing customs back in the day, when you had your little timeout period, is it possible that I blocked you? Did you evilly stream snipe? I don't know how to unblock people, if I'm going to be real honest. Yo, Mark, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you.
Hello there.
Hold on, chat. My nephew's having some car issues, so... Trying to make sure he's good. Stream's lagging bad. That's weird, Nightbot. All right, I'm going to roll with this. Nightbot, I'll try to get you in the next one, okay? I'm going to leave you in the queue. Darkfire, you're up, friend. Blocking people for stream sniping. Who would ever do such a thing? Well, here's the deal, Chunky. It was during customs. Yo, your man. Make sure you go drop us a follow over on Twitch. Thank you for that follow, by the way. But drop us a follow on Twitch. You can join the queue there. All right, guys. I'm grabbing a new fourth while our other one figures out what's going on, okay?
Sounds good.
Go to the people you've added. Scroll down. Oh, okay. So here... I'll do that in just a moment. Because no, it's not because you're on Switch. All right, y'all. Let me switch us over to Zero Builds. We don't want to be playing Rats, although that is a fun game. But that would be not as much fun as Squads with you guys. Nightbot, I'll try to unblock you if I have you blocked. Yes, sir.
Thanks for the prayers with my grandma and all.
Of course, man. Of course. Anytime.
Yeah.
Mark, if you go drop us a follow on Twitch and join our queue, I absolutely will. Pop, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Can I join you? I have the Mr. B 6000. Rosalie, is it Rosalie? Sorry. Make sure you go drop us a follow on Twitch. Guys, if you're on TikTok trying to join us, pop over to twitch.tv/PT Stress, drop a follow. You can join the queue there, and I will definitely get you guys in for some squad games. Queue is pretty small right now, but it typically fills up the longer I'm live. So thank you for that follow, Rosalie. All right, here we go. Watch the chaos. That's what's going to happen. I like it. Yo, Trappa. One more time. Twitch.tv/PT Stress. Yo, Ridge Gaming up in the house on TikTok? What? You probably have me blocked. It's all right. I'm going to get you unblocked. Here, I can do that while we're waiting. Blocked. Look at that there. And all right, Nightbot. I got you unblocked. Good afternoon. Let's go. So who is on the Ridge Gaming TikTok is who I need to know. How do I know when I can join? Snowy, you are in the queue, so you'll be in the next group. You are in the third position. So 2 games, and then I'll get you in. We are here just for you. Let's go. Let's go. Connor, you're welcome to, but make sure you go drop us a follow. Twitch.tv. Is it Frank? Frank, what's up, dude? Let's go. Yep, had him blocked. We got you now, though, Nightbot. I'll get you in, bro. That's funny. That is funny. But welcome back. Glad that you're here, friend. All right, y'all. We got to figure out where we're going.
I really don't care where we go.
All right. I am down to drop Citadel or Breakwater because I would like a sword. Yo, Connor, thank you for that follow. Let's just...
There's a spot over by the racetrack that you can get 2 at.
Oh, yeah. Well, we get... whenever we got 4, though, I like to be able to buy it. That way, 2 people don't get stuck without it, you know?
Okay.
So I'm good to either go Breakwater or Citadel. Either one. Watching SpongeBob?
We're going to that yellow marker.
All right, sounds good. Oh, wait. We can go Breakwater. We can go Breakwater and then rotate up. That'll be fine. I'm down for that. Nightbot, 2 games and then you're in, friend. 2 games unless we die off spawn. Yeah, you had a crown. Okay,
Last
Jim. 9 out of 10, it'll be me. Let's go.
And I played screen for the third.
Oh, sweet. Yo, welcome in, friend. It's good to see you. All right, here we go. Looks like we might have at least one team coming with us. All right, and chat is gonna make us Make us ready. Oh, actually, we got 2 teams. Darkfire, some of those guys got better drop.
I don't know where to land.
I'm landing right here.
I'm gonna land at the tower.
Okay.
Hope no one lands with me.
Little combat shotty action.
Hey, Peachy, I got a gray red eye if you want it.
Oh, okay. I'll be there in just a moment. I will absolutely take it. I'm being shot. Over by the bounty board.
Okay.
All right, got one. Angry roommate. What's your I got a green red eye. You're good. You can hold on to that one.
Yeah.
That guy's dead.
Because I lowered him for you.
You definitely did. Yo, Pixie, thank you for the 400 biddies. Ridge Gaming coming in with that tier 1 sub. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna grab bounty while y'all capture that flag.
Yeah.
Yo, C-Bug, thank you for the follow. All right, I'm going to help Cyan real quick. Be right back.
Yeah.
This is a whole different team up here? Oh, shoot. I'm being shot from somewhere. Oh, on the beach. Knocked. All right, 2 down over here. I got another one shooting at me, though. All right, all dead. I just gotta find some shields, y'all. I have none. Oh, here we go. This guy brought me minis. What a nice guy.
Ooh, I found a blue red eye too.
Wait, Jim is the new Marissa. Literally just had pickle popsicle. That's funny. You said you found a blue one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm jealous now.
Well, I can trade you for the green one.
Nah. You keep it. You keep it. I'll find one.
I don't care trading, PT.
I'll hold my green one. It'll be all right.
I don't care what color I get really for a gun. If you really want to trade, I can trade with you, PT.
Okay. Well, when we get back together, I'll drop this one.
Okay.
Exclamation point Q space join Night Fox. Okay. Exclamation point Q space join. All right, I'm headed to Yellow Mark to go buy a katana. Just FYI.
Okay.
Jim, stop copying me. Exactly. PC's been really laggy for me. Like over the last, I don't know, week and a half, 2 weeks maybe. Like I've noticed more than usual. Not that it's ever not been laggy, but like it's been worse the last couple weeks.
I've been playing Rocket League earlier today. I was lagging like no tomorrow.
Really?
Like after lag.
Chat, I love it when my kid plays on my account because I am rich with gold when he plays because he doesn't spend any of it. I said the pickle popsicle deal and he had to copy. Of course he did. That's what he does. That's what Jim is really good at.
If you let me catch up to you, PT, we can switch.
Okay, I'm just chilling in this castle.
How did you get up there? Alright, figure out.
Man, there's a green DMR up there. Oh, somebody hired the bot. Nice, nice. I'm good. Thank you. There you go. Popsicle-y? I don't think that's a word, so it's okay that you don't know how to spell it, Chonky. All right,
You did
let's.
pretty good with red eyes.
Yeah, I like the red eye a lot. It's my fave. All right, let's push up to the Citadel. I don't know that anybody's captured this flag here, so there's a blue katana for free.
I like that SMG that they put in the game.
The old one that's new.
Yeah, it's new to me because I never used it.
Oh, okay. See, I don't like it because
I wasn't
less.
in the season that they did it.
Gotcha. It is less. Why are these lights staying so bright? What is happening? Okay, there we go. It's less ammo than the current, the twin mag. It hits harder, but it's less ammo, so I got used to this one. Darkfire, why are you being toxic? What are you donkey laughing for?
Darkfire donkey laughing?
Yeah, she's over here just trolling me. All right, zone is coming, but we're like right here on the edge of circle, so. Ooh, blue combat, I'll take that. I already have the SMG, so we're good. There's ODM gear here if anybody's interested in that.
One of the people that we played with that I never knew, this was back a long time ago, I'm actually friends with him now.
Oh, for real? That's awesome. See, that's why we do community night. That's amazing.
His gamer tag is Eat the Apples for his real name.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, I met him through you playing with you. And
That's
we've been friends ever
that's
since.
so amazing. I love to hear that. That's really cool.
He tells me when you're on and everything because I don't.
Yo, Pixie coming in with another 510 biddies. Clearly, I got
Joey's
paid.
a pretty good guy. I like him.
Yes, for sure. All right, let's see. I see no one. I'm gonna follow Darkfire though. We're gonna go further into zone.
This person had whoever.
Cyan?
One of our two. Yeah, he has a. Wait, I don't know if it's a he.
I think he's right behind
Cyan
you.
has a.
Oh, we need to push that that weapons cache, Darkfire. It's gold. Oh no, I got stuck in a tree. I'm just waiting on my sword to charge up and I'll be right there with you.
I knew I was gonna take some damage if I had to do it.
Yo, unknown person. Yo, Canyon, you're welcome to, but you have to be following on Twitch to join the queue, friends. So make sure you go drop us a follow. Twitch.tv/PT Stress. Oh, we got a team here, Darkfire. Oh, that thing's gonna turn purple. I'm still going for it though. It's worth it. We have two teams here, I think. Two teams. Oh yeah, people ODMing right at me.
Hey, me and this other person's coming.
Yeah, right here.
Teammate.
Where'd this man go, Darkfire? I'm looking over the top here. I don't see him up here. I'd keep an eye out west though, because I still hear more shots. Unknown, yes. Join the queue. Exclamation point Q space join.
Over here?
Yeah, we started it. We're just waiting on it to open.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find this guy that was ODM gearing. I think he was a solo, so he may have left. Guys, if you're on TikTok and you want to play, drop over to twitch.tv/PT Stress. You can join the queue there. I don't want the regular sub. Okay. All right. Headed up to Darkfire's mark.
I don't like the Cobra really.
No, you like the other DMR, right? The regular DMR? Yeah.
I'm so mad they got rid of that. I was killing people left and right with that DMR. I told you to use it, PT, when I was showing.
I am not a fan of it, though. That's the problem.
I wasn't at first either until I tried it out one day. My friend can do really good with the DMR. Oh, bro.
I can't do it, bro. It was so frustrating to me. It was just such a weird Such a weird gun to me. I don't know why.
Hmm.
All right, team. Good job. Good job.
Is it just you and me that have a mic?
I think so. I don't know if Darkfire has one or just she may choose not to use it, which is fine.
Okay.
And then I think Cyan played with no comms last time too. Grab bag. Give me the Maven. Give me the Maven. Give me the Maven. Yes.
Oh, what was that?
That was Chuck Cannon.
Who hit me with it?
A Darkfire or Cyan, one of the two, because it wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah, I needed it.
So many people, I would have a panic
man, I
attack.
need
Got to figure out good
shotgun
settings for
ammo.
mouse and keyboard. I have default right now. I'm struggling. Yeah, it takes just making adjustments.
Let me know if you find shotgun ammo, PT.
I can drop you some. I have 74.
Right.
Here, I dropped you a stack of. Here, I can drop you more than that. There you go. There's 20 right there.
How did you get up there?
Just come around this corner. Yeah.
I only have 6 rounds of shotgun.
Oh yeah, no. We'll definitely hook you up then.
I'm gonna trade the Havoc for the combat.
That purple combat. Yeah, you can have that. I got my Maven, so
I did better with the combat.
there's a gold Maven here for somebody whoever bought that with their key. Wait, was that the Dragon's Breath? I'm gonna pass, guys. Somebody else can have it. I definitely. Oh, that's a heavy sniper. Okay, I'll take it. You talked me into it. I just need rounds for it because there's only 8. Hey, bot, come here. Drop me ammo.
I got one.
Thank you,
round of
Darkfire.
Sniper. I got 1 round.
Darkfire got me. I'm good. Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
full. I got 52 now.
You know, we'll see how
Gonna get the dub? You just know? Well, we'll see. We'll see. We got 18 people left. I'm not late. You are. Midnight. I saw you in here though. The Maven, yes.
It's Havoc Suppressed. It's not a bad gun.
The what's not a bad gun?
The Havoc Suppressed.
Oh yeah, no, it's not terrible. I don't like it. The rate of fire frustrates me. I don't like guns that shoot slow that should shoot faster. I can't speak. Words.
The overclock is.
Yo,
kinda
Victor,
my
thank you for
favorite
that follow, friend.
One up on Loot Island.
Yeah, I'd be careful up there. There might be a team up there already. I don't see anyone. Oh, the flag's been captured though, so they're already up there. I would not push that.
Where is Loot Island?
It is out to the southeast. Yeah.
I see it. Oh, someone dropped the P90? Oh, I would take that. No joke.
All right, we do not want to push the island.
Who dropped the running gun? I'm gonna take that. And I love the running.
Is that
gun
the?
and run.
Yeah, that one's pretty sweet.
It's like one of my favorite. It sprays too quick, but I like it. I'm not gonna go by Loot Island because I can get.
Oh yeah, we could check the vault at Shattered. I don't know that anybody's opened it.
So here's a question: Why can you break the floor at Shattered but nowhere else?
I don't know. I think it's just one of those things that they just like made a decision to do it, and like it's just one of those little perks that is helpful if you know. Nobody's gotten this, guys. It's still sealed. We gotta find the key.
The boss roaming around.
I don't think so. Yo, Connor, have a great night, buddy. You know what? I bet that guy with ODM gear took it. Yes, Midnight,
That makes
absolutely. Okay, so I think the ODM gear that guy definitely took the key and left. That's why he didn't fight us, but he took the key because it's not on the map here. Yo, Cheesy Freezy. Thank you for that follow. I like that username, by the way.
I'm heading into circle.
Yeah, same. They're capturing the flag real fast.
Okay, it's working. Okay, master, I'll take that.
Oh, here they come, guys. They're flying in. They're flying in. Flying in.
Yeah, I heard them.
I think they landed where we killed those 2 teams earlier. Yeah. Right here, right here. On the roof, on the roof. Watch that building. Watch that building. You got 2 teams here. 2 teams here. That's the ODM gear guy again.
Doing a sniper in the hand.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Got him.
No, no, no. I'm gonna die here. I got a guy pushing me.
We got I think we had to see dark pirates and that might have been.
Okay.
We got her out.
I had a guy up on top of this hill. Watch out. Yeah, he's up here.
Got my first kill of the game.
We gotta push this guy together.
Where did you go? Oh, there. Who's got the overclock or?
Are they on the island still? Oh, landing on us, landing on us. Oh, I'm in trouble, y'all. I don't think he knows where I'm at. Hit him for 132. He's moving, he's tagged. Wait, that didn't knock him? How was that not a headshot? Got him. That was one knocked. Coming out of storm to your left. Another one knocked. Watch it. He's got dragon's breath somewhere, guys. I don't know where that guy is, but he's lighting everything on fire. Moving up to this rock. He's on that hill, on the hill. Knocked. Let's go. Push that.
Yeah.
I got the finish. I'm getting back to you guys. Darkfire, hold this way. Gonna kick him out. Time for me to dip. I have no heals. All right, y'all, back up to me. Oh, I missed my shot. I'm behind this rock. Come to me. He's right behind this tree.
Come on now.
He's there in the open. How was that not a headshot again? We gotta watch our backs. Yeah, that's the guy. Team ODM gearing to our right. They're over here. No. Knocked.
I'm gonna drop this red eye because it's. Oh, geez.
All right, look alive, guys. Look alive. Oh no, that was a terrible sniper shot. Coming in behind us. Come up this hill. He's like right here in the open. On me. Knocked. Another one by the reboot van. Got another one. Somebody's got the dragon's breath.
I don't know where that's
Behind the reboot van. Watch him. He's gonna peek it. He's in storm. He has to move. He's dead. This is wild, y'all. Burn it all. That's this guy's plan. It's 4v1. We got this. Last guy. If he's a bot, let's like hit him with our swords or something. Oh, here he comes. No way, it's the ODM guy again. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about. GG's! Let's go, chat. Let's go, team. GG's. All right, ready up. We run a second. First squad game of the night. First dub of the night. We love to see it.
Yeah, me too.
Fantastic. Wait, what did Jim say? Jim said honey mustard is disgusting. Jim, you're banned. Yo, Z2, just in time for the win. Welcome in. Cheesy Freezy, I saw your message. Hello, friend.
How did you get the gym bot in the chat?
So Nandos, who's one of our mods, like him and someone else programmed it, and then he just asked for certain permissions on Twitch, and I gave it to him. So okay, Jelly and Midnight are also banned because they said honey mustard was disgusting as well.
You like honey mustard?
I do love honey mustard, yes. Unknown, you are 7th in the queue, so you got 4 games until you, friend.
Chicken wings with honey mustard.
Oh my gosh. Mustard in general is disgusting. Darkfire, you're banned too. Nightbot, you're banned too.
Last night I had barbecue chicken wings.
Chat, you're all just banned. Oh my gosh. You're all just banned. Honey mustard is the best. Dutch, you can stay. Is there a story time? No, Jim. The smell makes you gag? Oh my gosh. Ban count 8. Yeah, exactly. Ashton, you're already banned, whether you like honey mustard or not. Everyone is fired. What the heck? Exactly, Marissa. Exactly. Boo, honey mustard. Wait, Lilith, you're out too. Honey mustard's fired. Joe, thank you. Thank you. Finally, somebody with good taste. I love every sauce. Exactly my sentiment right there.
Damn, that's a cool emote. I want that emote.
Which one?
The holler, like a wolf hollering. Oh, like a werewolf.
Oh, yes. That was a battle pass one. Actually hate it here.
What season was that?
That's a great question. It was one of the Halloween ones. All right, let's run it back. That was a good drop spot. Yeah. Darkfire's feeling it.
So my interest of playing Fortnite was never there. Like I never had like the interest of playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on my family's Christmas Eve party, and my cousin's husband told me, and his brother told me to download it. So
let's go, Goose! And I entered during a mustard war. Indeed, I did a color change, but it didn't work. What color did you choose, Dutch or Deer Hunter? Sorry. That's weird. You did police and it didn't work. Make sure I'm set to default. Deer Hunter, we'll get you those points back, or somebody else, a mod, can redeem police for you. We'll make it happen either way, friend. Thank you for letting me know it's not working. I'll have to check into that.
Hey PT, what do you usually order on the app? You usually talk about
anything and everything that is, as long as it's in my area on DoorDash or Uber Eats, I can order it.
What do you have around you?
Everything. We're in Dallas area, so like pretty much everything's around here. Like if I wanted Papa John's, I could get Papa John's. If I wanted Whataburger, I could get Whataburger. Like I have so many options around here.
Do you say Whataburger?
Yeah, Whataburger's so good. It's a straight Texas thing.
Have you ever heard of Wahlburgers?
Yes, I have not been there, but I've heard that it's actually pretty good.
I actually watch.
Yo, Brandon, welcome in on
Blue
TikTok.
Bloods.
Yes.
That's like when my grandma was still alive, we used to watch it all the time.
Oh, that's awesome. I've watched a few episodes. It's a decent show.
Yeah, I went to Mall of America to check out the restaurant, and a week before that, Donnie Wahlberg was there.
Oh, no way.
I missed him by a week.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Because I would love to meet Donnie Wahlberg.
Okay, this man had a sniper, but no ammo.
The only reason
Steak and Shake is good?
Donnie Wahlberg is to call him Danny from Blue Bloods. It's like acting name.
I got people on me, guys.
Let's see. Okay, tactical.
I got him. There's a Peely.
Who threw a shield bubble down?
I don't know, but I hear more people.
Lock on pistol right here, but I don't like it.
I'm good. I got the last guy, by the way.
Okay.
All right, y'all capturing that flag, right?
Yeah, we got it captured. Right.
Beautiful, beautiful. We hired the bot, right? Nobody.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we hired the bot.
Perfect, Goose. Perfect. If you'd like in, make sure you join the queue. It didn't work. Okay, let me.
I wish I can get on Discord to like tell you everything what's been going on, but I can't get Discord anymore.
Oh, I got you. I got you. No worries.
So I was telling you in chat.
What was I trying to do? Let me fix something for chat real quick. All right,
this
chat.
bot drops ammo. Sweet.
I did a full reset, so hopefully we're good, okay?
Sweet.
All right, hopefully that took care of the problem that chat was having. They were unable to redeem color changes, so I had to fix that for them real quick. Now it's working.
What are those like nadir whatever points you do? How do you get those?
The naders are how you enter like giveaways and stuff like that. So like whenever I do V-Buck giveaways and they cost tickets, your points get you the tickets to get in the giveaways. So
how do you do it? Like,
you get them just by watching.
Okay.
And then every time I get a win, as long as you're in chat, you get 300 points.
Like, how do I check what I have? Like
exclamation point points. You just type that in the chat. It'll tell you how many you have.
I probably have a lot.
I did, Jelly. I did.
Use any.
Oh yeah, you probably do have a lot then. As long as you're here whenever I'm dishing them out, then yeah, you probably have a ton.
When are you doing the V-Bucks giveaway? I mean the yeah.
We'll probably do some next week. And then we just did an advanced GG giveaway. That one was in Discord, though. The next one will be on Twitch whenever I get ready to do it. I'm not sure when that's going to be yet. Advanced GG is a energy supplement that I use. And so basically it's a powder that you make into an energy drink or a focus. They have a focus line that's kind of like an energy drink, but it's not quite as caffeinated. And it just helps you to
stay awake.
Yes, advanced G. I'm gonna push this team, by the way, I guess. Just FYI, I got two teams fighting over here.
PT, do you have a red eye yet?
I do. I have a green one.
Want a blue one?
Sure.
I'm pretty far away. I don't know how far away from me. But every time I get busy talking, I get distracted.
No worries. So these guys are all dead over here, and that was our bounty as well. I need sniper ammo.
As soon as I'm done with this game, I'll come back and chat and watch you.
Okay.
I watch it on my PlayStation.
Oh, that's awesome. Energy is good, but focus, dude. The focus line is.
I actually bought my PlayStation from a friend of mine.
My niece won one from her school for some ACT prep stuff. They got to earn points and got little tickets that they could put in giveaway drawings, and she won a PS5 from her high school. I was like, that's crazy. Thank you, ZT. Thank you.
PlayStation 4.
Sweet, sweet.
And I bought it from a friend of mine for $225.
Yo, Kimberly, it's good to see you. What do I wish I had? Oh, Marissa, I don't even remember what I was saying. Spicy Kills, thank you for that follow.
Not a bad price for a place.
We don't like the taste of the focus ones? Wait, what?
Came out.
Pickle. I'll take that just because I have it. Darkfire. You broke that bench and that thing just said, "Hey, we're gonna just float here in the air, huh?" PS5 is better than scholarships. Yeah, apparently.
Hey, PJ, I'm coming up to you if you want me.
Not gonna play? Why not? Nightbot. I want you to play.
Where you at? There.
Oh yeah, I'm right here. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing some ammo.
Right. I'm coming up to you. I'm right up these stairs.
Thank you. Wait. Oh yeah, there we go. Got it.
I dropped shotgun ammo, PT.
I'm good. I got 75 now. Oh, you need some. Yes, I got you. There you go.
Yes. Perfect.
All right.
6 rounds again.
Oh yeah, we got you. We got you.
What? I wish I could shoot this
Darkfire.
charged shotgun, but I'm not gonna do it.
What is Darkfire doing? Oh, boo.
Wait, what?
She's over here donkey
Where's
laughing
she
on me
going?
again.
Oh, gosh, Darkfire. How do you get that emo? That's a cool emo.
Which one's that?
That donkey laugh.
Yeah, it was. It's an item shop one. It comes back occasionally.
I wish I can buy stuff on Fortnite. My mom blocked
Nightbot,
me
this is
from
the
doing
last one with this group, and then you're in. You're in the next crew. Who we shooting at? Who we shooting at? Mark 'em.
it. Hey, PT,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, we're just shooting at a car. Got it.
have you ever heard of a credit card called Greenlight?
No.
You can get like.
I got you,
can
Unknown, I
order
got you.
this Card where you can actually, if you want to get it, it's up to you. But it's like a credit card that you can buy, like go shopping somewhere and you can use it.
Uh-huh.
But you are the only one that can control it from your phone.
Oh, that's
You
interesting.
can block anything that your kids don't want to buy,
Ah.
or you can control how much money you put on the card.
You got it in Darkfire? Oh, I kind of saw that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about that. That's really neat.
Should look
Yo,
into it
704,
for
make sure you go drop us a follow on
You
Twitch.
might
You can join the
enjoy it.
queue over there. We'll absolutely get you in for some games.
I actually played with one of your sons the other day.
All right, I think we got that whole team. I need to find, let's see. I need a half pot or something. Nobody had big shields. They're all little shields. Check this key chest real quick. Gold katana with 4 charges. That would be wild.
It's a flint knock.
Nuh-uh. Oh, you shouldn't tell me things like that. Okay. Anybody have a key they're not using?
You need spots of flint
No, I'm good. I grabbed flint knock. You don't want that,
Wait,
Cyan? Yeah, take it. 100% take it. Take it. It's all you. Oh, I'm good. I got a green combat. I prefer the combat over the Maven right now. Maven used to be my fave, but now it's the combat.
I'll have the combat too.
Combat's good. I'm just hoping I'll get the exotic grab bag.
I think I'm gonna pick up their sniper. I think I'm gonna use it.
Sweet. I got sniper surplus. Love that.
Oh, my friend just sent me a broadcast.
All right. Where are we going to go next? That's the real question. We have the back of circle right behind us. Combat over Maven. Good to know. Yes. I do like the combat better than the Maven currently. All right. I'm headed back to Citadel because it's still in zone. Island's
Hey,
pretty
PT,
far.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I have a YouTube channel. Is there any way I can get subscribed from you?
Oh, 100% you can. All you got to do is put the name of it in or whisper me on Twitch.
I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
I'll type in chat, and then you literally just click on my name. And then there will be an option that says whisper, and you just click that and type it in. It's like it's like private messages on Twitch.
I can't. I don't want to tell you, but I was gonna explain without using my name.
Oh, I got you.
It's I can say I don't know if I can say this enough, but it's my Twitch account, but without the Twitch name without the number 42,
Uh-huh.
and there's a space between my name
Got it.
and
Okay.
my profile picture, the Superman symbol.
Okay. I'll check it out.
And it should say 43 subscribers.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out for sure.
I
Perfect, Jelly,
broadcast,
perfect. Yo, Obi,
Fortnite
welcome in, dude.
broadcast,
And Snowy, we did win the last
sports
game,
games,
yes.
I broadcast Rocket League.
Sweet. I like watching Rocket League. I just don't like playing it as much because I'm not good at it.
But I do have friends that swear a bunch. Just
Oh,
verify.
no worries.
Reloading!
Okay, Lilith. Am I not loaded? I'm loaded.
Joey
right.
wants you to subscribe to his YouTube channel too.
This flag has been captured, just FYI.
Sounds good.
Thank you for that, Chuck Cannon. I appreciate it. All right. Can't tell if the island is being captured currently, so I say we don't push that again.
Sounds good.
Oh,
What happened?
I was just trying to land on the roof and I missed.
Oh, I thought Chad had in Twitch had to free to do something.
He's got another
bad.
subby. Let's go, Chonky. Hey, I think you might have 44 subscribers now, just FYI. And I haven't I haven't even dropped a sub yet.
How you know that?
Because somebody in chat told me.
Who told? Can I ask who told you?
It was Chonky. Chonky may have gone and dropped a sub for you.
Did he?
I think so. Flying in.
Sweet. Sweet.
Right here, right here, right here. Behind us as well.
Thanks, Chonky. Thank you very much.
They're up on the island, guys. Up on the island.
Oh gosh, okay, I shouldn't have said my YouTube name. I'm gonna get a bunch of
You are gonna get a bunch of subscribers. Oh, they're looking at me.
I don't mind.
Watch them. They got snipers. They're peeking
If
us.
you can get people to subscribe, let me know.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Watch out up top. Watch out up top.
Oh, we're by the Loot Island, aren't we?
No way. They just rebooted. Push that. Push that. Oh no. They're flying away. Flying away.
Oh, they're shooting at me, PT.
Okay.
Oh, that was going to take 4 damage.
Oh, I hit that bot for a lot. Oh, they're on Cyan up top. Up top. No, Cyan!
Oh.
I'm up top on the roof.
Don't push that PT yet.
I'm on the roof. I'm on the roof. I'm good. I'm safe.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get up there too, probably. I'm lagging again.
No, I'm dead. They're both on me. How did he get back up here so fast?
Okay.
They're up on the island. There's two. Yeah, I can't remember. Right in front of you. Right in front of you. Darkfire to your right. To your right. Darkfire's underneath the house. Oh, it's a bot. Never mind. Sorry. I'm panicking for nothing.
Darkfire's up there.
Okay, Jim. I was until right that moment.
It's Darkfire up on the.
No. She's not. She is. Y'all need to. They're right there. Right there.
I got man scared.
Nice shots, Darkfire. Hey, you have a chug cannon. You might be able to get our cards if you don't die here.
I'm already up there.
Oh, okay. They're on the roof. Both our cards are on the roof. And then hit a launch pad and get out of there.
I got someone.
Oh, you got Science. No, Darkfire. They landed on you. Wow. All right. You can... Science is right by the reboot van. Right down there. Yeah, right there. And then you've got Medmiss. You could probably res us right here. It's behind you. Yeah, right there. I think you can pull this off. And then you got it. And then we can get Darkfire's card. As long as they don't push you, which I don't think they will. Robbie, what's up, dude? Welcome in. Toast. Joining the queue. I love it. You got this. I believe in you. And you got a med mist. Make sure you med mist. I'm gonna try to land. Thank you. I'm gonna try to land on this roof. Grab my loot so we can go get Darkfire.
I'm gonna use all that. Where's the jump pad at?
There's several here. You just have to look around the edge. There's a bunch. There's a ton.
I found it.
Okay.
Oh gee, I can't. Oh my gosh, it's what I hate about this PT. I'm lagging.
No, don't lag. I believe in you. I have to go, or I'm gonna die here. No. I gotta get out. I might not make it either, actually. Actually, I am gonna make it.
Oh my gosh.
I have no health, though.
I made it.
Nice job. All right, we got Darkfire's card, too, so we need to find another reboot van. Okay. Snowy, that makes us have a rave. Robbie, 13-hour workday. Oof.
I think Darkfire is marking a reboot van.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to push it.
some humans a truck. What cool was that?
I just threw down a shield keg over here. If you guys want to come to me.
I got someone chasing me with an explosive
Oh,
AR.
get out of there! Get out of there!
Yeah, I'm probably dead.
I see him. I see him. Just keep coming.
Yeah, he hit me with a charge. I'm dead. He hit me with a charge.
We got you. Oh, they're both
shotgun.
here. Both here. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out of there, Cyan. No. I gotta rotate for my life here. I'm gonna try to go to that reboot van that Darkfire marks. I'm gonna try Darkfire. This is gonna be sketchy.
How did Chonkers find my YouTube channel so quick?
Probably type it in as you read it out or as you said it. Darkfire, I don't know if I'm gonna make it, friend. I'm gonna try.
I don't know if I could say that over the chat.
Oh, you're fine. I'm trying Darkfire. I'm struggling here. No way I'll pull this off, but I'm gonna try.
The most viewed video that I have on my YouTube
Double time
channel
today.
is
Let's
when
go,
I
Robbie.
got
That's awesome, dude.
a
Just want to thanks for
video
the
of a light
advice you told me. It worked. Talking to me again. Let's go, Julian. That's awesome, friend. Good to hear that, man. All right, welcome back, Darkfire.
Oh, did you get my card?
No, I didn't. I couldn't get any cards. I had to dip because they were
Okay.
very sweaty.
Sounds good.
So
I thought you
We're gonna see what we can make happen here. Oh, y'all's cards are in the storm too. That stinks.
Yeah, don't worry about it, PT. Don't worry about it.
All right,
Not too worried.
We're gonna see what we can do. We got 5 people left, Darky.
Let you and Darkfire win it.
Oh, right here, right here. No, they got that
Careful,
stupid
there's
explosive,
a
man.
person yeah, the explosive. Yeah. And there's sniper. Be careful.
We got third party. This is Darkfire. I broke one. Oh my gosh, that scared the life out of me. Behind
No,
us?
Darkfire.
No, go, go, go.
It's up to you, PT.
I'm being pushed. This is awful.
That's a cooler right in front of you. Hit that. I said
Is this a hole? Oh, it's 4v1, man.
Do you see a slap tooth over there?
No, I couldn't grab it.
That's okay.
No, I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Oh, that airlift saved your life.
Yes, yes, it did. I have no ammo.
It'd be a miracle to pull this off, PT. Oh, the bounty. You got a good spot if you don't. Oh, you got the blue sword.
No, bro, how, man? I was so close, so close. How many crown wins you got, bro? Are you gonna flex your 5 crown wins on me? I had 2 of that team down, chat. All right, guys. Thanks for the games.
Yeah, thanks.
That guy flexed 5 crown wins on me after shooting me out of a tree, chat. Very good games. Thank you, Darkfire. All right. Y'all have a great night. We'll see you in chat. All right. Next up, we got Nightbot. Nightbot, are you going to play? Oh, we are ready. Yo, Arctic Wolf, thank you for that follow. Snowy and Chalky. That was me that sent your friend request. Yo, Scorpion, what's up, dude? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Good to see you. I'll grab that. It was kind of chaotic at the time. My kids were in here watching me. It was just wild. We have to make this quick. I ain't got a lot of time. I got you. Let me grab you real quick. All right, send a request to join. 5 crown flex is a little disrespectful. LOL. I just, why are you going to flex that to shoot me out of a tree, you know? Yo, Bentley, thank you for the follow as well. Maybe on this Saturday? Possibly. We'll see. It's always kind of an unknown. All right, here we go, friends. Let's rock it. Let's get it. On a 4v1, I know, right? Like 4v1 and you're going to flex crown wins after you shot me out of a tree, bro. And I knocked 2 of your teammates. Dude, that combat shotty against that ODM gear, you got some range on that thing, and that's your best chance of hitting them out of midair. Why play with a controller? Cheesy Freezy is just what I've been comfortable with. That's all I've played Fortnite on, because I played on console before moving to PC. My PC's dark tonight, chat. I need to fix that. And so I play everything else. Like I play Valorant, do all those things. And so I do play on mouse and keys for a lot of things. But Fortnite, this is just what I'm comfortable with. Skin that's riding the llama. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that one's hilarious. All right, let me make the PC look pretty tonight. There we go. All right, we got Nightbot, Chalky, and Snowy. Next up in the queue, I got Brandon. Cool spot, Brandon. Night Fox and Troll. You guys are next. And then Unknown and Jelly and Midnight. And then after that, I got Obi. Check locker, then new. You talking to me? Okay, I will. Never mind. Okay, I will. Whenever we get in the game, I will. Keyboard, mouse, so uncomfortable. Some people are just not a big fan of it, you know? I got you, Lilith. Take your time. We take me out of the queue. I can, Night Fox. I'll take you out if you want to be out. But do you really want to be out? I can take you out, Night Fox. You can re-add if you want to. All right, so then I got Cool Spot, Troll, and Unknown Person. And then Jelly, Midnight, and Obi. And then I got Toast right after that. Toast, you're after that. But I see you, friend. I see you. Neighbors are being loud. You're totally fine, Chunky. Totally fine. Not hurting my feelings at all. You have game mic muted? I don't. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry, Nightbot. Yes, hello. I'm here. All right, where do we want to go, guys? Y'all want to go Shattered? Anybody down for Shattered? All right. I'll take that one vote as a yes. Let's go, Night Fox. Let's go. Yeah, I mute when I'm talking to chat. Play controller all my life with the mouse and keys. Try controller again, and I can't do it. I think once you make the switch, it's hard, but I can do both. It's just I'm not as good on Fortnite on mouse and keys because I'm so used to it on controller. Yeah, I mute my in-game mic when I'm talking to chat, Nightbot, just FYI. That way y'all don't have to hear everything twice. I know, Jelly. I know. Warming up. Let's go. Toast. It's funny when you say warming up and your name is Toast. That just kind of made me laugh internally a little bit. All right. Peeps dropping here. I'm landing up this way. Nice. I don't want 2 red eyes. I just need 1. Thank you. Team landing late. This has got to be a bot team. Coming in hot. I just need a shotgun. And I'll feel much better about my life. Goodbye. All right, got one down. Got another one down. Nobody's brought me a shotgun yet. I'm disappointed in them. No, where the shotguns at? This is a tragedy. Half pot on me, by the way. Hey, a shotgun. What do you know? It's a miracle. The way some bots act is very funny. I saw a blue weapon somewhere around here. All right, let's get this flag. Let's get this flag. I want to get to know two people. That's why new people. That's why I sent you friends. Let's go, Scorpion. By the way, guys, if you're brand new, my name is PT Stress. I'm a full-time kids pastor, family-friendly streamer. Like that Christmas skin just now. You're unloading the clip and they just stopped and turned around. Yeah, they picked up a gun and they were gonna shoot at me, but they just slowly rotated towards me. It was adorable. Cute little bots. Keymaster or go over break. Yo, C Marie, welcome in, friend. I have to do it, chat. I have to have my beloved Flintlock. I have to have it. Charge Shotty here, by the way. Okay, I'm good. I don't need any of that. All right, where's Boss Man gonna spawn in at? That's the real question. Right trigger is auto locking. Yo, C Marie, how are you, friend? Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday evening. Okay, somebody likes that thing. There it is. I'm gonna go to this going to the upgrade bench. I did mark an ODM gear there. All right, we'll go there. I would agree if I hadn't seen PT get some good content with it. Flintlock is so bad. Nope. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's one of my faves. The content pistol. It's fine now. I don't know what that would have been, Snowy. That's wild. Listen, I've won a couple games not against bots with the Flintlock recently. Don't believe me? Just watch the YouTube shorts. 100% not bots. There was a trio that Ashton and Marissa and I were fighting at the Citadel in an in-game, and I popped that guy in the face, and then the other night I won with it as well. Boss Man's here. Or about to be, I should say. The Flintlock is so good, yes. Thing's wild. I love it. I shot the boss in the face with it. I knocked myself off. You just have to crouch. That's all. All right, I gotta stop playing with him now. Get out of there. I'm blowing it up. All right, we got the key. Oh, did I kill somebody's bot? Oh, no, I got the bot. I got the bot. All right, anybody pick up that key? We want to hit that vault real fast. All right. I down here waiting. Only non-bots at PT's lobbies are the people he plays with? No. That's only when he's in your squad. Oh, jelly trolling. Jelly trolling out here. Fairly new to play Fortnite with you on stream. Jim, it's okay. You don't have to be around here a long time. Who got that key? There we go. There we go. Let us in. Let us in, Fortnite. Let us in. I weakened all the floors. Break them all. Take everything. Don't leave anything behind. All right, hopping in a porta potty and getting out of here. Welcome to the twitch.com roast of PT stress. I need these jellyfish, chat. Yoink. All right, all right. Here we go, rotating. I almost called out shots to our right, and then I realized it was that dumb purple rock. And not actual people. Yo, Mr. Krug's coming in with that raid. Yo, Panda, Target Bot, Gabby, welcome in, guys. How we doing? How we doing? Hope you're having a fantastic evening. Mrs. Krug's welcome in as well. Guys, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Let's go. Panda, thank you for that follow. Guys, welcome to the stream. My name is PT Stress, full-time Kids Pastor, family-friendly streamer right here on Twitch and over on TikTok as well. But guys, welcome in. It is community night. If you play Fortnite and you would like to join us for some games, you are more than welcome to. Make sure you drop a follow, and then be sure you join the queue. Exclamation point Q join. Team just rebooted at Anvil if we want to push that, guys. But I am playing with Twitch chat. Got 2 dubs in Fortnite. Let's go. It was intense. Love to hear that. We got 1, and then our second game was kind of a bust, but we are on our 3rd game of the evening. It is community night. Guff is dead. All right, not Guff, by the way. I'm going to try to get my finish. Here they come. They're on me. Chalky, that one on you. I hit for only 18. I didn't hit him for a lot. On the roof behind that chimney. They're on Chonky. Coming to you guys. Got him. Dead. Dead, dead, dead. There's a shield fish here for you. That's not what I needed. That's not what I needed. That's not what I needed. Might be in trouble here. No way. This man just brought me the Maven chat. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Catch up on chat. Just a minute. Just a minute. Jim sending bits if you win. Oh no. What was the question? Did I miss it? You hit your 5 years. 1 year, not 5. Wait, Jelly, what are you talking about? All right, we got a dip, y'all. We got a dip. Oh, I got you, Panda. I don't even know anymore. I'm so confused. North. Barrel's here for you, Nightbot. Oh, Chonky. You are in the mix all by your lonesome. I'm on my way. Wow, Chunky. Chunky comes in swinging, chat. Oh, we're being shot at from somewhere else. Over this way, I believe. Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. Mr. Krugs, thank you for that follow. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm glad you got some dubs. I hope the rest of your stream was fantastic as well. You got the Dark Rex skin today. Dark Rex is my favorite, Panda. That is my favorite skin. All right, guys, I'm moving up top to just kind of look around. Except for I missed. Like a bot. Okay, I don't see anyone on the island yet, and it's not even being captured. You guys want to push that? No, for real. Always love supporting other Christian games. Let's go, Mr. Krugs. Let's go. Welcome in. Hey, we were just celebrating earlier. We had baptisms today. We baptized like 125 people at our main campus, I believe. And it was absolutely incredible. I had the privilege of baptizing about 40 of those. It's just a phenomenal day. Phenomenal day. All right, I'm here. I am here. I am here. You guys, if you're... Oh, we're on it. We got the flag. We got the flag. If you are new, my name is PT Stress, full-time kids pastor, family-friendly streamer. So again, welcome. Whether you came in off that raid or you wandered in here on your own. Baptism Day 2. Let's go. Yo, it's Tamara. Thank you for the GGs, friend. Are those preemptive GGs because we're gonna win this game right here with this squad, this cracked squad of gamers? I really probably should have taken the heavy sniper, chat. Rifting in on us, rifting in. Go to the roof, go to the roof. Where'd they go? I guess I will take that for now. I'll put the flint knock down for a bit. All right, Brutal's quiet, y'all. Where is everyone? We have zone. I think we just hang on this high ground for a bit till we see where zone's going. Peaches, 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 peaches. They're so tiny out there. Oh, that's a bot anyway. I'm pushing down to right here. Laser these guys. Laser, laser, laser. I got one. Another one pushing me. I'm pushing this man cakes. He's alone. He broke. Oh, somebody broke him. Speaking of broken. Nice job. Nice job. Well done, Snowy. Not the lock on pistol, chat. Another team coming in. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. We got a whole nother team pushing in. Whole nother team. Whole nother team. Back up. Reset. There we go. There we go. There we go. Watch them east. Directly east. Yo, Jasper was good, bro. We do have to go zone. They're on the zip. On the zip. Right here in front of me. Right in front of me. Right here. Right here. Broken. Dead. All right, I'm going zone. Going zone. High ground. Left of Brutal, I think. Yo, unknown. It's all good. It don't matter. Just when it comes to defending yourself, don't. Just shoot them. Just shoot them. Landing on me, I think. Where'd he go? Snowy? He's near you, actually. Is he up there, Chonky? Above you? I'm coming to you. Hopefully that drew their attention. Oh, they're on the other side of the mountain? I think we push that, guys. I think we push that. Because we got height and they're out of zone. We can beam from up top. Oh, right on me, right on me. Right on me, right on me. Yeah. Fry these kids. Nice job. You got another one? Got to reload. Nice job, nice job. I'm taking height. Taking height again. Nice job, Chunky. Let's go, let's go.
Lilith 746 gifted.
Lilith, thank you for coming in with the gifted over to Unknown.
They have given 2 gift subs in the chat.
More? Okay, we gotta go zone. There's a team in that building down there, though. All right, this thing's pulling lonely. I'm just gonna go ahead and rotate early, I guess. Oh, ODM gear next to me. I hit him. Oh, he landed in the water. Look down, Snowy. Look down, yeah. Got him. Another guy behind me. Look behind me. Look behind me. Maybe not. I'm gonna scoot up and reload. All right, I'm here. All right, 2 teams left. 2 teams left. 6 people. So either a full quad. Oh, they just rebooted back at Brutal. No way they make it out of Storm, right? Yo, it's Tamara coming in with the follow. Welcome in, Tamara. Love for you to join us for some community games if you're down to play some Fortnite. Exclamation point Q space join and then your epic username. They all died out there. It's 4v3. 4v3. They're here, guys. They're down on the beach this way. They have to be, right? Where they at, guys? Where they at? Stay high ground if you can. Like, I know there's not a lot of high ground here. Oh, I will, Panda. I will when it's your turn to play. I leave friend request until you're queued up, ready to go. I will gladly get you added, friend. They got to be down this other... They got to be down below. They're not up here, right? We got this place on lock, so they got to be like camping these cliff edges or something. I say we stay together as a unit, though. We don't want to get picked off. Are they in the storm? All right, I'm going to this iceberg. Where are these people at? Is that an extra slurp? I'll take it. I'll hold it. Wait, nades behind us. Nades behind us? They're in the storm, right? Is this a team of bots? There's no way they're that coordinated to stay together, right? I'm very confused. Watch our backs. No, they're like... They gotta be over here. They have to be off the edge. Yeah, right here in the water. Right in the water. Right in the water. I hear them. Knocked. Yeah, that was a bot for sure. It's only game 12. Is only game. All right, he's moving in closer, though. I'm going to go up. See if I can scout him. Hey, let's go! All right, is that game 1? All right, we got one more game with this squad. Let's ready up, guys. Let's ready up. Nice. We like it. We like it. That was game one. Indeed, indeed. GG's. Oh, chat, I almost forgot. And there's your win points. Oh, you got to get sleep. Okay, guys, go to the lobby real fast before we get into the next game. We're going to drop to a trio. Nightbot is headed off to bed. Bye. Let's go. Thank you, Wolf, for that W. Back from Chicago. I should be on the best coast. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I guess I'm going to have to just go ahead and run this. That's what's going to have to happen. You guys got your win points? Those GGs predicted the way they did. They did, 100%. All right. So let's do this. Then let's flip us to a trio real fast. This skin, bro. There was other wins tonight. One other win. Our very first squad game tonight was a win. Let's go. Haley, have a great night, friend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Been hooked. You're on my FYP. Let's go, Wolf. That's awesome. I just saw that message. I'm sorry. It must have been busy at the time you typed. What is shining? Oh. Yep, we had one other win with the first squad. So we've had a dub with each squad tonight so far. If you're not in the queue, guys, !Q, join. And then if you have sent me your friend request, as soon as it's your turn in the queue, I'll get you added and we'll get you in, okay? What time for creative? Ooh. Jelly, are we doing that with like everybody that wants to join, or are we doing that with just the three of us, or how are we rolling that? Because you're in the queue now. Be nice with everyone. Okay. Let's do. Let me get through the next group, and then we'll actually be on the group with you at midnight, and we can open that up to everybody. So next I've got Brandon, Troll, and Unknown, and then you're in the queue next, and we'll get everybody in, okay? Midnight also wants to do squad. Okay. So we'll run the creative for a bit and then switch over. Got it. We'll make that work. All right, Breakwater it is. I like it. I was kind of hovering there. Wait, is that a bot name? I gotta go to bed, or is that an actual real player? I guess we'll find out if we encounter them in game. All right. Dub is out of the way. Now we're just going for fun. Oh, okay, perfect. Apparently that's a bot that Midnight has killed before. I gotta go to bed. I love that name. I should change my name to that at about 1 a.m. Tamara is a bot name. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. That's awesome. All right, I am landing here. Oh, red eye to start with. Excuse me. Pick that up. Oh, no. The bot landed up on the tower. I'm going to push. Probably a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. This might be a real person. I may actually be in trouble here. We'll see. Home skillet. You died. Give me that shotgun and give me that key. Thank you for your contribution to my loot. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, I got a half pot up here too. Another half pot here for someone. And then let's grab a flag, shall we? Might be a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm getting it on his shirt. That is a good one-liner. Somebody needs to put that in PT quotes over in the Discord. Also, chat, if you're not in the Discord and you're also not subscribed to the YouTube, what are you doing with your life? Exclamation point Discord and then exclamation point YT. Why do I hear a chest but I can't see it? Oh, it's up here. No, it's not either. Wait for my caramel frap. Never figured out how to have to do creative, but I might want to play. You just join. I'll give you the code and everything. Sorry, I actually thought I was muted. Anybody need a shield keg? Anyone need a shield keg? No, we're good. We're good. All right, we're gonna drop that. Take this. I'll carry those for now. I need an SMG. That's what I need. Didn't work last time? Okay, we'll make sure it works this time. I think maybe you were on the wrong server or something if I remember correctly. But we shall figure that out. All right, y'all. I'm going to go to this key chest over here. Over in these houses. And then I want to rotate to Citadel to grab my katana. Go ahead and preemptively take sniper surplus, hoping that I get a sniper in a moment. Feel official now? Let's go, Tamra. Let's go. Welcome to the Discord. All right, please be something good. Please be something good. All right, I'm dropping a blue red eye. Oh, except for the flag drop blue red eyes, so you guys probably don't need that, but it's there anyway. Sorry, what? I can't stand on that. Wait, that broke the chest? I didn't even break the chimney. What the heck? All right, well, I think it is time to move to the Citadel. 15 people. Yes, that's probably what we'll do. We'll just get 15 people in the lobby. It'll make it a lot easier. What are we marking back there? I missed it. All right, I'm going to my favorite NPC over here. As long as I don't slide kick her off the map again like I did last time. Guess who's back? Darkfire's back. Welcome back, Darkfire. Anything up here? Nothing. Uh-oh. Oh, we got shots. I'm a dummy. That was a lot of fall damage just now. Hopefully this guy's got heals. Hey, I'm going to borrow this. You can throw that on that shield keg if you want. Perfect. No, I just stopped my med kit. I'm a dummy. Love the unlurk response. Oh, yes. So the lurk one, we are the Tornado fam here, Tamara. I've lived in Tornado Alley pretty much all my life, so and my personality's kind of like a tornado a little bit, so I'm just a loud, in-your-face person a lot, so it's a little different on stream, just because you're not in the room with me, but when people are in the room with people here, I'm going up top. No, I missed. Bear puns. That's not a bot at all. Okay, that one's ready to go. I'm going to get the other floor ready to go. Oh, except for zones coming in. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and break it. All right, time to rotate. I love it here. We have an I hate it here emote. We should have an I love it here though. By the way, chat, Ashton got his I hate it here sticker from the merch store, ! Merch, and he said it is huge. He said it's a big, they're 4-inch. I mean, that's what they sell. So y'all super welcome in. But he said it is massive. He was like, bro, this thing is huge. A ton of loot over here, guys. I'm going to just check that out real fast. Hopefully there's a med kit because I keep taking fall damage. I hate it here. Look at that. A med kit just for me. Wait, are you kidding me? Oh, okay, there we go. That's what she said. We love The Office around here too.
Well. How the turntables?
Ever tried the rainbow? Oh my gosh, Obi, I'm shipping that out to you in the morning. Oh, it is so good. Rainbow sherbet is a blast. Oh, dude. I gotta get some games in with Brad, chat. The Office, so good, so good. Yeah, let's grab that thing real fast. Oh, behind the bush, or behind the thing. Being shot at from somewhere else. Nice job, nice job. Where's the third? That's what I need to know. Oh, under the bridge? Oh, Chonky, I stole that. Sorry. I didn't mean to steal that from you. I apologize. I did indeed steal it, though. Anyone here? They're on the flag, on the flag. Oh, never mind, that's you. How'd you get here so fast? Oh, you took a different angle than I did. There's different styles? No shot. He's not super bulky, which is great. The back bling is a little huge for me. Is audio way out of sync? If it is, William, just make sure and refresh. Kimberly, hello. 4 different styles. That's wild. There's a lion? Yes. That's legit. I'll have to check that out. All right, where to? Where to, squad? Where to? Another weapons cache up here. I don't know if somebody claimed it. We want to check it out, though. People died down here. Oh, there's a key. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to check this weapons cache. Just see if anybody's on it. Nope. I'm going to steal it. There we go. Or recover it, I guess. Not actually steal it. No one else had claimed it. Oh, it's the same one. I'm dumb. Did the stream crash on TikTok? Are we good, TikTok? Everybody good? Up in front of me? All dead. Well done. Okay, but that was 2 from one trio and 1 from another trio. Oh, being shot from behind. Knocked. Albacore. Like as in tuna? We're good? Okay, all right. It's frozen on my screen, so I want to make sure. Talking about a new friend like that, you're not dumb. Are you talking about Jim? Jim's a bot, by the way. Chunky! Chunky just out here trying to vibe with his sword right now. And I'm just wrecking it. Just completely just wrecking you running the sword vibe. Oh, me. I got you. Okay, so apparently there's a lion, a jackal, and a jaguar skin, like, variant of the skin that I'm rocking. So that's cool. I definitely need to check out the lion. Katana, that, and that here. And we went ahead and hired the polar bear across the ice. Get out of here, chicken. I can't hear anything. Wow. Stole that too. The best there is. I'm grabbing the sniper if I can. Katana, that, and that. Nice. Yes. All right, 20 people left. Are there people up there? I see no one. Let's head there. I like it. I like it. Oh, people gliding in to our left. They just went around this corner. Yeah, whole team here. We want to push this? Thoughts? People rifting up top as well. Oh, right here. Oh, that's a boss, and he's very upset with me. This is a real team, by the way, because they hired a bot. Coming in right there, Chunky, right below you. I'm trying to get back to you guys. I made a mistake. No, Chunky. Gotta go. I'm dead. Oh, I didn't know both you guys were knocked. Jalen, I'm not. I do my own editing. GG's, guys. GG's. Thanks for playing. That was unfortunate. I didn't know both you guys were knocked. Oh, Kimberly, we'll get you in sometime. Yo, Arctic Wolf, welcome to Twitch. That was groovy. All right, so next, I got unknown person. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, unknown person, I got you. Oh, where did you go? You disappeared on my list. Unknown person, where are you? Unknown. Ah, there we go. That'll work just as well. That was fun. It was indeed. Just at more GGs. Brandon, and then I got Troll. Troll, I need your epic username. Gamertag's unlikely expert. Got you. Have you sent me a friend request? Are we friends already? I'm gonna go ahead and accept Pandas while I'm here as well. And then Panda, you'll be in groups later. So much better over here. Yes, exactly, Arctic Wolf. Brandon, your name always, I always miss you in my list. Thank you for doing that. I saw you and was scrolling back to you. Your creative customs, we will whenever we get to Jelly's turn in the queue. Ooh, Seafoam. Ooh, fancy. TikTok for discovery. Yes. Yo, Faye, welcome in. Make sure you go drop us a follow over on Twitch. That's how we're running the queue right now. So these names that I'm calling off are people from Twitch chat that have joined a queue that is open, and you are more than welcome to pop over there. It's free to follow on Twitch. Let's see if Troll has sent me. Troll, if you just want to send me a friend request, that would be helpful. All right. And we're going to glow, apparently, chat. Here we go. Look at that. Already glowing. How did he repeat? So, Tamara, he learns from chat. Yo, JJ, welcome in. It's good to see you. And then forms his own chat messages based on all of chat history on Twitch. JJ, it's good to see you. Kimberly, welcome back. Yeah, he's pretty lit. Take your time, Snowy. Take your time. He repeats me all the time. Lilith, he loves to repeat you for whatever reason. All right, Troll, are you still here? You sending me a friend request over? Oh, working on it? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Take your time. I just want to make sure I didn't miss you. Your username changed to blue and it confused me too, Troll. It was green. Yo, hey, Brad, it's community night tonight, dude. So I wasn't ignoring you. I'm just rocking games with Twitch chat. But if you want in the queue, !Q space join, dude, I will definitely get you in for games. Or you and I can game offline as well. I don't have to be streaming for you to jump into some games, man. Would love to. Is this you, Troll? Is this you right here? But Brad, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, dude. He doesn't have set close to turn reloads. It'll be different. Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you. Okay. All right. So you are Steven. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, guys. I think I got our fourth, and then we are ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
All right. All right. Boom. All right. Here we go. Make sure it actually puts us in squads. Beautiful. It did. It did.
Good.
All right, let's get it. Gonna be on for a little while. Holla if you need full. Okay, okay. Sounds good, dude. Sounds good. Guys, if you're on TikTok, send a friend request. Just know that those are going to stay there until you pop over to twitch.tv/PT Stress and get your turn in the queue just like these guys, and I will pick up that friend request then, all right? Olivia, thank you for the follow. Twitch.tv/PT Stress if you want in on community night, guys. We're going to be running a creative map here in just a little bit. We'll be pulling 15 people in. And then we'll be jumping back into squads. It is free to join on Twitch. Twitch.tv/PT Stress. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. If you would like to join for community night, please make sure that you head to your final destination of twitch.tv/PT Stress and join the queue by typing !Q space join followed by your epic username in chat so that we can get you a friend invite and get you in for these awesome cracked community night games. We'd love to see you there. Have a nice flight. All right. All right. Where are we going to go? That is the real question.
You want to go Shattered?
Shattered? I'm down for Shattered. It's a hot drop and we can get some gold.
All right.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
It's also got decent loot. Most of the time. Yo, Die Corrupt, welcome in, friend. Yes, free peanuts. Free peanuts on the flight as well. You watch football like the NFL? I've been watching the XFL quite a bit, but I do watch the NFL. I just don't have a favorite team before you ask. Mike's having troubles? No worries if your Mike's having troubles. Don't worry about it. Just ping a lot. All right, here we go, chat. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Wow, that guy has an interesting username, which is why my camera is where it is, chat, to cover up the kill feed. You should have said welcome to Nader Airlines. All right, here we go. You never heard that, Lilith?
What about this guy? Have you heard this guy before?
All right, we do have teams coming. I'm gonna land here.
Okay.
Actually, I'd grab this shotgun real fast. Ooh, and a katana? What? Fortnite loves me for a change? No! Now they don't love me as much.
Well, I knocked one.
Nice shots, nice shots. I'm here with you. I'll grab bounty so we at least get some money off of them.
kind of landed on me.
Why? Why does it do that? My lights go crazy every time that ends. I'm gonna have to reset Lumia again, or you guys aren't gonna be able to redeem color changes. By the way, mods, if we can get the color peach added to the CWS command, if that's too hard, I can do it in just a bit. All right, I'm back. Rocking a shotty and a sniper right now.
Okay.
I do have a sword though, so if I need to escape, I can.
I'll have to find some mobility.
Okay. I hear shots down towards the vault. Nice job, Midnight. Thank you, friend. Thank you. All right. I'm just gonna go and grab the flag so we can see where everybody is. Oh, on me.
Coming.
He's knocked. Oh, above me. Broke him. Nice job.
Yep, got the next one.
10K? Ooh. Oh, Tamara's coming in with 10 GGs. Wishing us luck again. Well done, team. Well done. ODM gear. Nope, it's Thunder Spears. Dang. Yeah, Kevin McCausman uses a dad credit card. That's good, Obi. I didn't even think about that. It does sound a little bit like that. Yep, join the queue on the Twitch, Faye. Heavy sniper here. If anybody's interested in that. Okay, beautiful.
All right.
I like it. Now we're waiting on Boss Man. Yo, Faye, thank you for that follow as well. Yep, Midnight beat us to it, Nando's. Explosive red eye here, if that's your jam. It is not mine, so someone else is welcome to have it.
Yeah, someone else can.
Yeah, I can't with the fire rate. I missed too many shots because I'm used to the timing of the actual red eye. Like why they made it any different, I don't really understand. Oh, Toast.
Yeah,
hey, I'll get you in this week sometime too, friend. We can make that happen. But have a great night. This is me shooting drones, by the way. One of those drones was flying so low I thought it was a person.
They seem like they flying lower.
It was like literally right above like flag level, like I don't know, a foot above flag level, and I was very confused.
I don't know if they changed that or
Not
not.
100% sure. Okay, where's Boss Man at? He's here, right? He's spawning in. Oh, my sniper wasn't loaded. Nice job. I'm gonna grab the key and run. Oh, actual team here? No, maybe not. Reloading! I'm working on it, chat. I'm working on reloading. JJ, I'm here until usually around midnight Central Time. But you do have to join the queue. Hello, Ad.
Are we gonna pickaxe the floor?
Yeah, 100%. This is our get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
Except for you get like not a whole lot of gold anymore out of here. It used to be more, I feel like. Yeah, I think you might get like maybe 300 out of it now. I got 72 out of one thing. So you get, let's see, it's 142. Yeah, like 360 is all you can get.
Dang.
All right, we do have to move, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Yeehaw! Floppers, shieldfish here. All right. Let's see. Awfully quiet around here. I don't like that. Another heavy snipe. Slaps. Random floor loot red eye out here in the middle of literally nowhere. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was weird.
Huh?
I said that was
weird.
Yeah. I just it's just chilling.
Does anybody want a legendary pump?
I'm good. I rock the combat right now. The pump has failed me too many times. Lost too many fights that I should have won.
But I already have one.
Did Ashton leave? He didn't even say bye. He barely even said hi tonight. He said no was the first message in chat. And then I don't think he said mustard is disgusting. Or is he good? I don't know. He may be tired. I haven't talked to him today at all. All right. Moving up to zone. Looking for this chest real fast. Jasmine just said he's about to go to sleep, so he must be tired. He must be a sleepy weepy tonight. Asked me to play Fortnite last night, like midnight. I'm a grandma. I was in bed as well. Ashton said his phone was going to die. Oh, I didn't even see that, Stormy. Thank you for catching that. We definitely want to get this purple cash if we can before it turns blue.
Yeah.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I think I got it.
All right.
Don't you turn blue on me. Hey, it flickered. I got scared.
I
All right.
hate when you're right there.
Oh, it's the worst. I think I saw Sancho post a clip the other day that happened to him. It was like gold, and he was like literally the last second it turned purple as he opened it.
There's people. Oh, it's just a bot.
Got him?
Yeah.
Nice job. Nice job. Well done. Well done. I'm just kind of watching our back now that we got this purple thing glowing into the sky. Especially watching from Lag City over there. Because they can get to us really fast. First or second. Wait, what you talking about? First or second? Yo, Sam, what's up, friend? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. This is first or second? It's the first game. Listen, Chonky, you didn't see anything, okay? You stay quiet over there. You didn't see nothing. You saw nothing at all. Nothing. Sam, I hope you're doing
I
well.
think we should hide the splashes.
So
I mean,
the rule is drink what you can't carry.
okay.
Yep, drink what you can't carry. So make sure you got 2 in your inventory so somebody doesn't drink the ones you're going to take. But drink what you can't carry. That way nobody else gets them. I heard, Sam, was it rain related, not like water pipe related?
Good rule.
It's a great rule. Great rule. It's just like, what was the other thing that I used to do all the time so that no one else could have it? Oh, shoot. There was some other item that was like, it wasn't a heal, but it was something expendable that you didn't want other people in the game to have.
Okay.
Also, sump pump. I got you. That makes sense. Our church in Southeast Arkansas that I was at for a while had a sump pump, and that thing failed often. So I get it. Chuck them off the edge of the map. I don't remember what. There was something else though.
Where's our next stop?
Let's go towards the island if we can.
Go.
It's very quiet. I haven't heard shots. I haven't heard vehicles.
I know.
I've heard literally nothing for a while. Yo, Griff, it's
like
good to see you, man.
everyone's
Check the. Yes, I am. I'm gonna switch it. I got stuck. I think you're gonna be the first. I think you're gonna be the first one up there. Expert, you're on your own up there. Yeah, not on community night, Stormy. I take all the troll things so I can focus with chat.
Gotta find mobility.
No worries. I think we're alone here. I literally haven't seen a soul. This is me about to rift up, so don't panic. Has some great rules, like using code Pete to stress in the item shop. Oh, down below us, down below us.
I think I heard people with their bots.
Yeah. Oh, 2 bots fighting. Never mind. It's
Okay.
it's a rift event. Look down here. Look at these yahoos down here just fighting. It's those 2 bots that stand across the barricades from each other.
Oh.
And they just spam each other the whole time. I feel like I should help. I feel like I should help one of them. So I did.
People over,
Mark them?
there. Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no sight here. Dang. Alright.
I'm gonna keep the sniper this game. Y'all can have those pulses.
I'm gonna
Bro.
hide this flash it on the bush. So
'Kay.
if we need them later.
Bro, these bots have like so much health. Bro, I've hit that pirate for 120 like 3 times in a row. There, finally. Now don't you be mad at us. We helped you. You're still mad at me.
Yep.
How are these not headshots? I'm literally shooting him right from up top. All right, he's dead too. Now we can hear again. Yahoo is the best search engine? Stop it. You guys hating Honey Mustard and liking Yahoo. I'm scared for you, chat. All right, how we looking? How we looking? I see no one. I hear nothing.
Yep. Me either.
I'm looking at like this building. I see no movement over there. Bing is better. Do we want to go here next? It's kind of middle of circle. Oh, nope. Shots to straight west. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, yeah.
I see them.
I'm going to push up a little bit. Up top on the hill as well. Behind this rock right here.
Yep.
Broke one.
He's like 1 shot.
Yep. Yeah, he is. He's very weak. I hit him for 31 white.
Somebody's
In this building. In this building. Yep. Y'all got him. Y'all got him. I believe in you. I got 2 knocked. Wow, they went for the hard finish, huh?
Did they? Dang.
I got another.
Nice.
That's 3. There's 1 more. And then we gotta grab reboot card, and there's a reboot van here.
I think
Alright.
he's in the building behind you.
Okay, I'm going to the reboot. I'm going to the reboot. You guys want to res? Yeah. Nah, Darkfire. Haven't played in weeks.
Oh,
I'm being shot at. You guys want to cover me?
I'm coming.
Nope, he's on me. He's on me. Nice job. All right. Starting the reboot again. All right, let's res, triple res. Yeah. Beautiful. All right, Unknown, you should be able to get all your loot back. I'm reloading, chat. I'm reloading.
Here's your.
Make sure everything's reloaded after that chaos. Oh, I missed. Right behind that bamboo, there's a chrome punk skin down there. Oh, he kept running. He kept running. He might be in here, though. Sliding down the hill a little. We have height. This is actually a really good spot. Oh, I see him. What? How is that not a headshot? The song is touching, right? I don't know how in the world I missed that shot.
He's what is it called? Using his sword.
Oh, he went under the bridge. He's dipping, yeah. He just got that sword too. That stinks.
Right. Yeah.
All right, well, we got team right here, I think. I think I saw somebody's sword this way as well. So just be mindful. Made a loaf of... Oh, that's Marissa. Made a loaf of bread today.
Somebody in there.
Nice job. How much you hit him for? Wait, we got people behind us. Behind us up top. Behind us up top. Let's focus them first. Yeah. Push this team. Push this team. Oh, I'm getting beamed, y'all. I'm in trouble. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Get out of here. We're in... Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they dip. They dip. I'm dipping too. Oh, one got knocked.
Yep.
Watch it. They're taking high ground. Not on my watch, buddy. I got the Goku. Or, yeah,
Nice.
Vegeta, whatever his name is over here. Another one on me. Another one on me.
Not Mr. Beast.
Nice job. On me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I got two.
Yep. Coming.
He's the one that
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. All right, we got to get expert up. Oh, you guys are resin already. Keep resin. Keep resin. I'm going to cover you. One's ODMing in.
Okay.
I'm dead here. No, I'm not. Thank you. You saved my life.
Yep.
I got to heal.
If anybody wants to exotic,
I'm set. I'm set.
another slurp.
Well done, team. Well
Just
done.
4 more people.
All right. Yep, and it's a full squad. Reload everything. Brandon, you saved my life there. That was incredible. Right after this, Snowy. Right after
Some
this.
good pistol shots.
That was fantastic.
I'm pretty sure this squad was the one that was just fighting the squad we just killed.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and they dipped. Yo, watch over here somewhere. Wait, where?
They're over there.
I missed them. Oh, I see it. That's that chrome punk again. Make sure you got good cover. Don't push in alone either, because they've got quite a bit. Oh, I hear him. Right behind this rock. He's right behind this tree.
Where is he?
Right here, right here.
That's one in the bamboo.
Oh,
Yeah, they're split.
that should have been a headshot.
Oh, I broke one. 150. They're all together. All together. Take out those rocks. Go left. Yeah. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. They're on you. Person behind you.
No, someone behind me.
I broke him. Nice job. Nice
Nice.
job. Chrome Punk's knocked as well. Let's go.
Oh, nice.
GG's, guys. GG's. Let's go. Yo, Princess, thank you for the GG's. We got one more game, right?
Yeah.
That was game one. Let's get it. Let's get it. Well done. Give chat win points real fast. That is done. You broke your mouse playing Fortnite? Oh, Wolf, that's rough. There you go, chat. Yo, Omar, thank you for the GG's. Midnight, thank you for the GG as well. As soon as I click in, let's go, tech guy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Good game, guys. Good game.
Go. Yeah. Good game. Yeah.
That was close to a 20 bomb. I don't think we quite made it, but we were real close. I think it was like 18 or 19. Yo, Omar, coming in with 100 GGs over on TikTok. You're wild, my man. You're wild. Didn't hear the sheesh. Can you do it again? Oh, Roka. I love it. I love it. After this, what we do? Yes, Snowy. After this one, we will load into the creative map for a bit with Jelly and Midnight, and then we'll jump right back into our squad game so we can pick up the rest of the people in the queue. So if you're in the queue, have no fear. And I'm gonna switch skins as soon as we're in the creative. So. All right, good game. We stuck together. We made it happen.
Yeah, we did.
All right, let's go a little breakwater if y'all are okay with that.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go, Lilith. I think I'm not going to play. I'm just going to watch. Darkfire, Jelly, and Midnight have picked out this map. So we're going to trust the mods and load in. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Here we go.
Yo, Omar coming in again. With some more GGs. Hush it. Another 25 GGs. My name is Pam. I like to paint. My name is Pam. You think you're better? But no, you ain't. Oh, boy. All right, here we go.
I'm here, so.
All right, I'm on the flag. I have a SMG and some nades. I'm ready. I'm going to go actually hire the bot before someone else does. There you go. There you go. Well done. People landing here. Lots of them. Our bot is already shooting at them. My nades. Don't panic. I was just taking out the bot in a very toxic way. Nah, I was trying to take out the bot. Hi there. Bye.
Someone on top.
Oh, he's got a combat too. He's broke. I got him.
How did he fly over there?
He's knocked. How did he get over there? Give me that. That was awkward.
As soon as you knocked him,
He swung right away. Yeah. All right, we should be able to get back on the flag at this point.
I think that was the whole team.
Nope, more people. My nade's going out just for fun.
Okay.
I just like to communicate those things, you know?
Yeah.
Let's go, Omar. Let's go.
Someone else is here.
Expert.
Oh.
Experts on him. Oh, yep. By the tower. I'm going to go push this guy while you guys do that.
I can't.
Oh, John Cena?
Wait, you can see that guy? I can't even see him.
A little.
He's running away. Okay, he's right there. Someone else? There's so much people.
I know. I got this
Going
guy.
on.
What do you have for me, sir? You have nothing. You have literally... Oh, you have a red eye.
John Cena's coming?
I'll be right there. Trying to heal up a little bit. All right, on my way back. This is me with the ODM gear, by the way.
Reloading!
Listen, chat. I'm already reloaded, okay? I think. I'm not. Thank you, chat. I was not reloaded. My shotgun's like totally empty. I had one round, so I would have died in a fight. Chat's just watching out for us, you know? All right, we still have people here, by the way. Listen, chat, you were right and I was wrong, okay? I don't say that very often, but I said it, so there you go. Maven. Dang. Explosive red eye. Such a waste.
Where could he be?
I don't know, but I'm about to push just for fun.
He's probably over there.
Oh, I found a llama. I'm gonna push that actually. Llama, don't you jump off this cliff, okay? All right, llama's dead.
Yeah, he's in here.
Okay.
There's two actually.
All right, I'm on my way.
Oh,
There's a whole
okay.
team.
Okay, on the way, on the way, on the way. Everybody good? Everybody good?
Killed half of the team.
Nice job, nice job. Where's the rest? They all dead? Oh,
There's our bounty.
got him.
Yeah.
All right, I am headed to the little castle by the Citadel to pick up my katana. I will see you in a moment.
Okay.
If I can get clear of the trees.
I'm gonna head there for a sec.
Okay. Be right with you. Marissa, they are very calm. Very calm. This is a calm squad. Sometimes you need that, you know? Gonna
I'm
re-roll.
coming.
Okay. I'm out here looking for aerialist. Okay, well, not gonna get it. So we're gonna take the flintlock and then we're gonna go Citadel because I hear lots of people fighting, and I'm interested in being a part of it. Actually, it's not at the Citadel. Sorry, it's straight south, down by the river.
I'm gonna buy a sword.
Knocked. They're bots. We're good. Take your time. One team of them's dead. Nice. They all died. There's a sniper here. I'm gonna take it. Leave my flintlock behind, even though I just got it. Better unqueue then? No, you're totally fine. I didn't say we always need that. I said sometimes. Omar coming in with the 3 donuts. Let's go. All right, just moving up to kind of take high ground and look around for a minute.
Okay.
Still not a lot of gunfire. There's 54 people still left alive. Oh my gosh. Where are they?
At least I know we can hit a 20 bomb.
We could, yeah. Let's head here next, I think. Ooh. Yeah, what's everybody's favorite flavor of donut? Like, what's your favorite donut?
I'll say a pink sprinkled donut.
Oh, what?
A pink
Pink sprinkled?
donut.
Okay, all right, pink sprinkled. 1 vote for that.
We have the cinnamon roll kind of donut.
Oh, yeah.
Local place, and it's really good.
That sounds delicious as well.
Actually, I'd like to change my
Your vote?
vote. Yeah.
You're allowed.
It's like the donut with the strawberry filling inside.
Oh, like a jelly-filled donut?
Yeah.
You're making one of my mods very happy right now.
I wonder which one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I bet jelly.
Restarted the app, looked at other streams. Interesting. Okay, there's more people fighting somewhere, I think. Okay, somebody can hire this bot. I've already hired one, so I can't. We love jelly donut, but don't consume them. Oh, Boston cream pies are good too. So many good ones out there. Automod, you're weird. Don't be weird, Automod. I just got sniped at. Oh yeah, right here in the open. 3 knocked. I don't know where the 4th one is. I'm just sad nobody's brought me that accelerated Maven out of all these bots we've killed. I'm very sad. Or anything better than a green combat shotty. Yo, JJ, have a great night. Also here loves sour cream glaze. Don't know if you have it. We do. We do. I haven't had one in forever, though. Apple fritter's good. Chocolate donut. Somebody landing near me. Actually, he's gliding away, I think. Oh, yeah, he's gliding away.
Yep, he is. Somebody's shooting at me. Oh.
50. He's knocked.
I got him.
Okay.
Oh.
Where they is. I shot that John Cena from earlier.
Oh,
Or maybe it was a different one.
20 bomb.
We did.
saw
We
him
got
too.
26. Hopping over to Twitch. Let's go, Courtney. Is that a gold heavy sniper? Yes, please. Say less. What kind of white nonsense is sour cream glazed? Oh, thank you. Augments. I should pop those, huh? If you're like me and you forgot to pop your augments, you should do that. Oh, yep. Southeast.
I do forget.
We got a team to our left as well. I'm less worried about them right now and more worried about this team at the gas station. I tried to no-scope this guy. It didn't work. Nice job. Okay, that was 2. Where are the others? Oh. Anybody ever had Tim Hortons before? It's a
I don't think so.
donut. It's a donut shop. Oh my gosh, Tim Hortons is like next level. Apparently they have them in Canada as well. I did not know that, but we love us some Tim Hortons.
Nope, never heard.
Yeah, it's like Dunkin' Donuts on steroids.
Okay.
That one is one shot. I thought so. I was like, come on, man. All right, I'm pushing the other one. I think this is the last 2 from the gas station, by the way.
Alright.
Did. They did. Gotta reload everything. Yo, Rocco, thank you for the follow. Been shot at again. Right over this hill, right in front of me. I can't see him because... Oh, come on, bro. Okay, I missed both shots. Nice job. Well done, well done. Love to see it. Oh, Courtney. Hey, welcome in. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for popping over to Twitch. Behind me. Back towards the gas station again. Oh, he went down. Oh, in the street, yep. Whole other squad back there? Oh, I can't hit.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay. There's another one running somewhere. Where'd his friend go? Did he soar out of there? I think he may have. I'm kind of chasing a bit. See if I can find him. Oh, he's long gone. Where did this guy go?
I don't know.
Huh. All right, I'm going up to this big building right here. Thought he was in the water. I thought so too, but he wasn't there. He dipped. Oh, I found more people out this way.
Okay.
Oh, 132 on that guy. What? Whole squad right here.
There's a whole team. Yeah, I see it. Oh, dang. I'm scared now. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, 2 of those are bots, by the way. Yep. Watch it. They're rotating.
I hit Rick for a bit.
I'm pushing in.
I'm running. I'm out.
Okay. All right. Take high ground right here.
I'm coming with you.
And then laser.
I'm like really low.
Broke one. Whited one. Knocked one. Chrome Punk is lit up as well. They're gonna try to res.
One more shot.
We gotta go. I'm pushing that because I got one knocked over here. They're gonna be trying to res.
I knocked one that was right beside us.
I got one. Their bots are on me though. I'm just gonna try to leave those bots alone. I don't want to waste ammo on that.
Rick.
Nice job, nice job. That should be it then.
He's trying to res.
Okay, these chickens sound awful.
These chicken are annoying. They keep hitting me.
I gotta reload everything. All right, islands here, by the way. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Faye, do you have your volume up? Make sure you go drop us a follow on Twitch, okay? That's the only place you can join the queue to get into games. Yeah, we're going to double our 20 bomb, just FYI.
Yeah.
I'm going to start capturing this flag up here on the island. There's nobody up here.
All right.
We got 14 people left. We just need 3 kills to get 40. All right, I'm gonna look over the edge since I got this sniper. All right, nobody at the monolith. Let's see. There's a shield keg here. Everybody's good though, right?
Yep.
Who rifted? Was that one of us?
Me.
Okay, okay. To make sure nobody was gonna land on us because I have PTSD from Liz and swearing, absolutely just destroying Joey and I up here.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, Swearing and Liz, they rifted, landed on the roof while Joey and I were capturing the flag. And Swearing hit Joey with a immediate quick scope to the face.
Oh,
Joey was standing still, and then I hit my sword and went to leave, and he headshot me on my way out. And I was like, what did I just get hit with? It was gross. Team coming in, by the way. He's right here behind this tree. No, don't emote on him, you dummy. I'm pushing that.
There you go.
That's a bot, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, nice job. I thought maybe it wasn't a bot because he started pushing at us, but I was wrong. But yeah, it was gross. And then we quickly realized that it was Swearing and Liz, and I was like, "Are you serious right now?"
Oh dang.
Nice job, nice job. All right, one more team, and then we got the 40.
Did you go into our chat?
Oh yeah, yeah. I popped in and I said I hate it here, and then I popped into Swearing and it said, "Do you feel bad?" And he said, "Not one bit."
That's funny.
Knocked. All right, there's our 40. Make it official. Let's go. Yo, Scorpion, make sure you drop a follow if you haven't, and then you can join the queue, okay? We're actually about to do a creative map that the mods have suggested. All right, we still have 7 people in here though. 3 squads, 7 peeps. So either a couple solos or a bunch of duos and junk. Let's see. I see and hear nothing. Oh, right here. Knocked.
Nice.
Oh. Where's he at? Nice job. Nice job. That's 42. Can we make it 45? Oh, coming down the mountain. When she comes. Oh my gosh, that's such a far snipe. Bro, he's sliding all over the ice. That's crazy. There's 43. All right, we have zone. Where is everyone? I hear him. No, what? Nice. Let's go, guys. GG's.
Okay.
Thank you for the games. All right, bud. Have a great night.
Yep.
Let's go, chat. Yo, Josh, thank you for the rose. Sheesh. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, I got another gift.
Nice.
I got an emote. Let's go. All right, guys. Have a great night. You guys are welcome to join this creative map if you want to as we get into it.
All right. Yeah,
All
have
right.
a good one.
All right. All right. Jelly and Midnight, you guys ready? I know you are. Am I joining you or are you joining me? That's the real question. W, you guys got your troll. Yes, absolutely. Join me. Okay, invite to party then. Invite to party. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right, so what's this map code?
I will DM it to you.
Okay, perfect.
Anybody else want to play it?
Yeah, where are you DMing it to me at?
Discord.
Okay, perfect. Woo! Alf coming in with the raid. Let's go, Alf. Thank you, dude. Yo, Native, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you again. Amanda Jane, thank you for that follow. Guys, welcome in. Alf, I hope you had a great stream, dude. I am doing great, my brother. Doing great, man. So good to see you. So good to see you. We got you a shout out right there. I love that it pins it to the top of chat, too. It's my favorite. Native, thank you for that follow. Had a great stream. Continuing Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's go, dude. I saw you were playing that. That's awesome. Yes, if you want in, guys, just ask. Great game. I have not played it personally. I probably should, though. Thank you, Native. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, patiently awaiting
Waiting for what?
the code.
I DM'd it to you.
I have no DM from you.
Well, that's awkward.
Oh,
Unless someone
dude.
stole your name.
No, I got it. There's just no notifications for it.
Oh yeah, it's because you're in streamer mode.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, my gosh. I put it in. And then there we go. What is this? Block party. All right, we can hold 20 people. I'm
Ignore
scared.
The fact that you can't read anything it says.
Well, okay.
Me and I figured out how to play this.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm here for it. Yeah, guys, just send a request if you want in. We'll take up to 20 people. So, text your text chat. I did. It just was not. It was 100% not. Yeah, doing what it was supposed to do. All right, keep those invites coming, or requests, guys. Keep those requests coming. Block party. I see a fall guy. I'm scared.
Oh, it has nothing to do with Conquest.
Oh, I just see the graphic. Somebody's Twitch emote and a fall guy.
Yeah.
All right, guys, if you want in, send a request to join.
Unless Fall Guys when it like did a whole rebrand, this is nothing like this.
Alf, I've had that happen before, which is why I quit advertising them and just do them for community who's here. Because it's going to happen, man. I tried to do it with marbles. I had like 30 people join a marbles game, and my viewers only went up like 5. I was like, no, we're not doing this. So, yeah, that's not fun. That's not fun. I do a lot of stuff over in Discord now for giveaways, too, Alf. I downloaded a giveaway bot. All right, anybody else getting in before we start? I need to equip this emote that Frank sent me. Hold on.
Look at the other styles for your skin.
Oh, yeah. I gotta switch it. What was that emote called? I literally just got it. There we go. Showtime. Yo, Afterlight, thank you for the follow. All right, let's check these styles. Here. Edit style. Yes. Oh, I like that too. Okay, these are all dope. All right, definitely rocking the line. I'm gonna rock this guy because he's dark, and he doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. I just feel like the back bling, like the V twin engine, is just too huge.
The back
will
wing
say-
has a style too,
Nuh-uh.
and the pickaxe.
Okay, I guess I will rock it.
They have the ones to basically match their skin.
Okay, that's cool. All right, well, I guess we're rolling it. Wait, Darkfire, that was you? I'm pretty... Are you on a Ridge Gaming account to do that? Just shocked at that. Yeah, it's awful that people do that. All right, here we go. Let's do it. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm here for it.
So I will say when we join in, you get 20 coins.
Okay.
Those
Yo,
20 coins
Cowboy, what's
are
up,
to be used
dude?
on the vending
Let's
machine.
go, bro. It's so
Yes,
good
I
to
wanna
see you,
say
man.
two items that take both the 20s.
Okay.
Everything else takes 10 coins, so you can get at least 2 items.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you which ones are good and which ones are bad.
Oh, great. Okay, well, the fact that I can't read this scares me, first of all.
I mean, you can read YouTube.
I don't. Oh, yes, I can.
You can't read what it
Oh,
what
gosh,
YouTube
I'm
is.
scared. Okay, we're going to wait till everybody's in because I only see Chonky. Oh, okay, now people are coming in. Obi's here. Jelly's here. Everybody else's toasters are loading, so we'll wait.
I think we should have 7.
Hey, Faye, pop over to Twitch, okay? Pop over to Twitch. It's the only way I can get you in. Try to do something nice. Someone has to run it. It's true. Midnight's in. Oh, it just automatically started us? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, I'm scared. I'm very scared. Do I hit
Here's a
okay?
vending machine. Yeah, here's a vending machine. You can buy whatever weapons you want.
Oh, my gosh. I have no
Oh
coins.
man, I have to spec
You start with
Okay, I do. Okay, so I can only buy
Next
2
is-
things?
yeah, 2 things or 1 because the sword.
Yeah.
and then the Easter egg launcher are one.
Okay, so now what? Oh, gosh.
Now we wait for it to stop. Restart.
I'm scared.
Oh, you also get a grappler.
Yes, I see that. Oh, I died?
Nope, it's loading us in.
Oh, okay. This game is very broken.
Alright, now what you want to do is you want to get the others knocked off by destroying the blocks at the bottom. So you shoot the blocks and they'll slowly fall down.
Oh, sick.
There's 3 levels to it. The grappler is used to get yourself back up higher level,
Great.
but you can only use it 10 times. So pretty much don't.
Okay,
And
well.
there will be other things that will spawn on the lower levels.
Uh-huh, yep.
Grenades
Yeah,
and
like
things.
where I'm at right now. Yeah, sick.
Yeah.
Love it here.
Don't use the airstrike.
Definitely not going to do that.
The airstrike does not work.
Wait, where? I'm scared.
Minute. Okay, minute.
This is tragic.
Remember, you guys have a grappler. You guys need to get back up.
Oh, gosh, the sword's scary. Oh, boy. I'm very scared. No!
PT went shockwave and sniper.
I
How's the
did.
Sniper?
It's awful.
Yeah, we never used it yet.
Thanks for the info.
No, you're welcome. Is this me and you left?
I have no idea. I'm very scared though.
Yeah, it's just you two.
Oh boy.
I was just up there.
I know, and now I'm up here.
Okay.
I scared.
I'll destroy this whole top if I need to.
Oh no! Okay, I thought I was gonna go all the way off the map for a second.
No, yeah, there's a barrier.
Oh, okay, okay. That's cool to know. Oh, there's so many holes. I'm scared. No!
I just missed the grapple and fall all the way down.
Oh, I'm
I
scared.
guess I can just grapple down.
Oh, you thought you were gonna die to fall damage or something? No,
I can
Jelly!
grapple down.
Well done, well done. All right, so chat for those. Wait, how did only 5 of us get in?
Because the other 2 it automatically started before they loaded.
Oh, okay. So do we need to back out?
I think it will auto spawn them in.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was there in spirit.
Well, now you should be
My rat
there.
was sitting up there, but I couldn't do anything.
Well, now you should be there in body, hopefully, as well. So you just got to knock everybody. It's just like, what's the one on Fall Guys? What's it called? Hexagon. But you have to shoot the floor out instead of it just disappearing while you run on it.
You guys spawn in? Oh, there we go.
Wait, you don't get to choose again?
No, you do.
Yeah, you can.
It just shows you what the map looks like.
Got it. Okay, okay. Well, now I
Remember,
know.
you get 20 coins.
It isn't a perk. It's not giving me anything.
Do you have 20 coins?
Yeah?
Hmm. You should just be able to walk up and purchase something, yeah?
Okay, well, I guess I couldn't get the hammer. Oh,
I think
no.
it was because everyone else was trying to get at the same
Yeah,
time.
I think so.
Yeah.
So it just kind of gave it to one person at a time.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
Sorry.
Uh,
I told
This
you
game
guys
is
to
called, I don't really know what it's called, actually.
Block Party.
Block Party.
Also, I guess Chunky
I
was
don't
in the
know
last
what
round.
I'm
I didn't see him. I didn't see Chunky out there. You might as well just use the egg launcher.
Me?
Yeah.
That's working pretty good.
Oh, the egg launcher.
Dang it, Jelly.
No, I hit myself down.
Oh no!
You get it. You do get a grappler.
But you only get the 10 charges and then it's over.
You pull it out. You aim up and shoot.
No, I can't get through the holes. They're not big enough.
Oh my gosh, I'll just stay down.
Okay. Oh my
I
gosh.
killed myself. Wow. Wow.
I got Obi up here with me. Oh, no, I had Obi up here with me. Oh, I fell.
Why is the music so loud though? Mm-hmm.
Hey, PT, I got a big surprise for you.
No,
How'd you move?
because I was scared.
Oh, God.
Oh gosh, somebody hit me hard. Oh, you're back up here already? Andy's down again.
No! Stop it!
Dang it, Midnight.
Good job, Midnight.
Oh man, it would have been awesome if that had canceled that out.
Rude, Jerry!
He just went straight down. I didn't think you were gonna go straight down.
No! Wow, nice shot, Stormy. I think that was Stormy.
I was there a hole in every level as I fell. That was dumb.
You just died by falling straight through all 3 holes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
literally
painful.
what happened.
That's the worst.
No.
That was PT.
No.
He did that from the afterlife.
It's always you.
See, I feel like the idea would be to stick the other person with clingers. Oh, Jelly, you're so lucky.
feel like Jelly has home field advantage because we've played this before.
Yeah, 100%.
Yo, I'll give you guys a tip. Don't use the Easter egg launcher.
The Easter egg launcher? Yeah, that thing's terrible,
Yeah,
right?
They ricochet all over the place and they actually fall off the map.
Why is the music so loud on this map, though? That's what I want to know.
Hey, I wasn't last. We're good.
Because it's a block party, PT.
It is so loud.
Block party.
Blog party. All right, here we go. Round 3. Was it 6 rounds?
The party.
5 rounds, I think.
5 rounds, okay.
It might be 6.
No, it's 5.
Okay, so I need to know what number we're on in the counting channel because all I can see is when Lilith typed 4.
We started over again?
Yeah.
We're on 63, so it's type 64.
I can't get it loaded. It just won't load on my screen. So I'm not going to type anything for the current moment.
I just
I'll...
typed one in. Did it load?
No, still says 4.
No.
Definitely broken
I guess
for me.
I guess PT can ruin it.
I don't want to run it. I want it to work properly. I don't know what to buy. I don't know what to buy. I don't know what to buy.
I'm just gonna go sword.
I'm conflicted.
Give you guys a chance.
Okay.
Ah, okay. Give you
I
guys
like
a
using-
chance.
I think the pistol's good to use because it reloads pretty quick.
Yeah, it does. It's interesting they didn't give an SMG though. I guess that would have been crazy.
Well, they have the 3-1 burst SMG.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Yeah. Oh, love that. Oh, who that was?
No, 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 leave me alone. I hate it here.
I'll leave him alone.
No!
Oh gosh. Oh well, I messed up.
PT?
Yeah.
I bet you're shooting behind me.
Oh, I hate grapplers. I can't get up.
Ow, ow, ow. Okay, my arm was
I would
itching.
go where there's the bigger opening at.
Oh gosh, you put on the airstrike, bro.
The airstrike doesn't work. It just hits the very top of the map.
Oh, Chunky. No. No. I just went through the largest hole in the map. Okay, Chalky. I see you out here with your hammer. No. Yo, War, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Hi, Midnight. Oh, hi, Midnight.
Oh, come on.
No. No, that's what I just tried to do to you. Come here. Pick those up. Thank you. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. A boombox? What a
Blocks at me now?
overpowered piece of junk. I can't see. Oh, I lagged so bad.
Oh,
Did we just both die? We both died. We got a draw. That's funny.
I took PT down with me.
Yo, War, I'm doing well. How are you, friend? Welcome to the stream. Isaiah, we are we make you up for this again, but we're gonna get back to some squads here in just a bit.
You like that, PT?
Yeah, that was
Took you
great.
down with me.
Yeah. So you can't grapple once you're below the bottom one, right?
I mean, you still can.
Oh,
It's just
for
a lot
real?
harder.
Oh,
You have to
okay.
pull it out quickly.
You got to go like right away. I got you. I
Yeah.
got you.
Like if you know you're falling, you might as well just pull it out.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. I didn't know it was going to knock me back as far as it did either. I was not prepared for that. Isaiah, if you go drop us a follow, twitch.tv/PT Stress, you can join that way.
You started throwing blocks at me at one point.
Blocks?
Yeah, you hammered and 2 blocks came flying.
Oh, for real? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right. Here we go then. Oh my gosh, who got the chainsaw? Oh no, that thing's gonna just wreak havoc.
Yeah, and you know I'm going straight for you, right?
Yeah, I know you are. Yeah, I feel like shotgun would be terrible. Oh, there's the burst SMG. I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Jim just said in chat, I got that Jesus car. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what a Jesus car is. No.
That's fun. I can just walk around
Oh
and just
my
grab the block.
gosh, what the heck, bro?
Oh, boy, I can fall.
Bye, Darkfire. Oh, I made a mess here. Oh, I might be in trouble.
So I found a downside to the blade.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you only get 12 shots.
Oh, that's interesting. No, no!
Saved it.
No, bro. There we go. Bro, I am running. No. No, don't you do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. I'm scared. Bye. Have a great time.
That's fine. I'll just come back up.
No.
No, man. I fell all the way back down.
I'm scared. Yo, Slayer, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. I smell a rat. I told you I smelled a rat.
No. Big OB.
No, no, I fell all the way down. Oh, dude, grappling, if you don't make it, you could fall in another hole potentially. That's very scary. I'm on the bottom layer.
Leave me alone.
I wrecked my chances here.
Oh my gosh. I fell down every.
Wait, can you shoot the layers below if you're up top?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's dirty.
If you're on the bottom, you can also
Shoot
the
up top.
Yes. It doesn't just have to be yours.
Nice. Thanks for that little tidbit.
No grappler, by the way, guys.
You don't have to tell people that.
Level. He also has a chiller grenade.
I do have a chiller grenade. I'm scared.
Are we stream sniping?
Wait,
Is that
was there
what's going on?
metal? Was there metal here, right?
Metal?
I think there was metal that spawned on the map.
I did not see that.
I just got up there and you had to knock me down like that.
Oh, well, there goes metal.
Well, bye, Lilith. That actually may or may not have been me. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm in a bad spot.
You definitely shot it down. Chunky got the kill for it though, for some reason. Oh, it's someone's glitched grappler that I thought was metal. Oh, Darkfire, you guys, I thought we were winning. You're at the top for the longest time.
Midnight is chilling up there. And now she's chilling down here.
All the way down to the bottom, too.
Chunky. He's over here dancing. Oh no.
Did Chalky fall all the way through just now?
Yeah.
Oh, Snowy. Oh gosh, blocks are flying in my face.
I told you, they fly at you.
I don't know why I'm trying to shoot Midnight out of the sky. Yes!
Oh. The PT win.
Oh man. Let's go. Okay, listen. Yo, Isaiah, welcome
I
over.
lost to an AI. I
Listen.
died first.
Let's go, Slayer. Let's go. Let's go. If you'll just request to join Slayer, it should let you in. So send me a friend request and I'll pick that up, and then you can request to join. David, thank you. That was
Ignore
awesome.
my comment about the banana skin, Pastor Jim.
Oh no, eliminated by oh Jim. Yo, Nick, thank you for the 20 ice cream cones. Slayer, it's the same as it is on TikTok and Twitch. PT Stress. TikTok, if you're trying to get in, hop over to twitch.tv/PT Stress. Drop a follow. We'll try to get you in. All right, here we go. Round 5 begins.
All right, what gun do I want to use?
I gotta not use all of my my grappler rounds and miss everything. It's just every spot that I went to grapple, the hole was too small for my body to fit through it. I think my back bling, my V twin engine was getting hooked on the walls. But you can jump on top of these blocks in the lobby here? No way. Well, that's sick. All right, let's
Here's
get it.
something to do while you wait for 20 seconds.
Nick, thank you for that follow as well, my friend.
Where's PT at?
I'm scared already. I'm being targeted. I feel I'm being bullied.
It's like minutes targeting me.
I'm not even near you.
Oh,
You
shoot.
hit me at first, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Yeah, try that again. PT.
No.
Is he still? Oh, he's still with me?
I came back. No. 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 Oh, are you kidding me? That was a terribly placed gap in the floor.
Who blew that up?
No, Chunky. Chunky. Shoot. Oh, I knocked the airstrike down a level.
Why'd you? That's. You knocked my fireworks?
Yeah, I wrecked your fireworks. Oh, well, I'm in trouble.
Kill myself again. Oh.
This is wild.
Chonky, stay down. At a minute, you just kind of thought I didn't.
No. No, 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 no. Chunky almost launched me onto where I threw a grenade.
Okay, I sit down.
Bye, Darkfire.
Confirmed. Midnight and Jelly teaming just all on the emote together.
she was trying to hit me with a sword the entire time.
Wouldn't be a block party without her, right?
Chunky, bad. Actually, good. Get PT.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know where I'm at. I'm scared.
Wait, Chunky, not me. I'm not PT. Chunky, I'm not PT.
Wait, where'd the airstrike go? No! I'm scared. Oh gosh. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's an airstrike. And you said not to use that. Got
It
it.
doesn't work. It just gets stuck on the.
Oh, that's cute.
Map.
So it just makes noise.
Yep. I mean, it's a good scare tactic.
Yeah.
Dude, there's still a lot of stuff on the top.
I wouldn't know. Haven't been there in years.
I definitely think the sword is the way to go.
Obi just keeps going to the top and demoting me to get back up there. So I just keep shooting him down. Yeah, no, it's definitely good because you don't have to use your grapplers then.
Yeah, I don't know how to do the grapplers, so.
Yeah, but it's just a lot harder to. Okay. It's a lot harder to. No. That's easy, isn't it? I feel like I just got targeted by TP.
I'm just shooting people out who are hanging out up there, you know? Lots of bodies. Oh, I'm dead. I launched
Okay, let's go back
myself.
to the top now. Okay, are they teaming up now?
Y'all, Speedbreaker, welcome in, dude.
Hey, Obi,
This is a Cosby Anxiety. Oh, it's such a good map, though. It's actually kind of fun. Right now, we have 6 years of Spanish knowledge.
They didn't go
Hey,
very far.
Jim apparently knows Spanish. Chunky, that was scary.
Like 6 years, okay.
6 years of Spanish.
Chunky?
No! Oh,
Dude,
God,
how did we let him make it this far?
I have no idea.
Well, I think I body blocked him at night.
Oh.
Yeah, I think this guy's a monkey, not a cat.
Chunky! Oh my gosh. Hasn't used his grappler till now.
I just joined.
Welcome.
I will follow you all the way down, Chunky. If I have
Oh my goodness, what am I watching?
to. Obi, you may get a win, but at least Chunky won't.
I'm going after
This
you.
guy.
Yes, team stress, bro.
Marissa said she's sweating watching this.
I'm going after you.
No, Chunky! What?
Wait.
I can't grab it.
Oh, Obi's still up top.
See if I can still one.
Oh, the airstrike's making noise again. This is wild to watch right here. I'm scared, LOL.
Well, it's also like neither of them have weapons. They both have swords.
Right.
So they don't even need their grappler.
Yeah. But I thought you said the sword only had a certain amount of charges.
No, you can only do it twice, but it recharges still.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And it costs 20, so you don't get a gun.
Yeah, you can only get the sword.
Use that.
Oh,
No,
blocks
Chonky,
to-
you're making me nervous.
Your mic was it was very loud, Slayer.
They're not gonna have any.
So I don't know if you can adjust that or not, but I'll unmute you if you can. Oh gosh. Oh, this is chaos. Oh, I'm scared. Yeah, the music's loud too. That doesn't help.
No, with my own chiller.
Oh no. Chunky's holding on for dear life up here. Oh boy. Whee! I love the sound of the chiller. Nando's coming in with the 26-month resub. Let's go, Nando's.
Look at Obi up there.
Are you winning?
Obi down there.
Let's go. You fix it? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Are you winning? Dad?
Alright, Obi, this can go one of two ways.
Let's go, Nando's. Thank you, dude. Welcome in. We are just vibing on a little creative map with chat right now.
You know what?
Why'd you throw it? Oh, I know what you're doing.
We're gonna play it this way.
Oh no, not the boombox. Wait, I can't switch you. I'm spectating? That's interesting. Oh, I got you, Nando's. That's awesome. Eh. Oh, that was a bad spot to rotate to, I feel like. Oh, you set it back up. Got that infinite ammo. Where'd you put that boombox?
I don't even know. Put it in the middle.
Oh. I got you, Nando. Oh yeah, for sure, Marissa. For sure he has. Yes, Jelly has definitely played this map before. Midnight and him suggested it, so yes. Oh, that was close. Oh, we boom. Jelly, that's pointed at you.
Yep.
I don't know if you intended that, but that was scary. Oh shoot!
You got to me.
It hit you. It bounced off your body. That was awesome. Oh, nice job.
Very stressful.
All right, let's do it again. Let's do it again. One more time. One more time. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go one more time. That was awesome.
Ready up?
I was like, yeah, just hit ready up.
It's a good map.
It's fun. I wonder if my kids have played this. I bet they have.
It's new. It's new yet.
How new?
Since Creative 2.0.
Oh, so
Sometime
yeah,
during then.
I got you. I got you.
So pretty much this season.
All right, we got one person not ready up. Yes, whoever that is. It might be Isaiah. Isaiah, make sure you're ready up.
I am. It gives me the option on ready. That's all it shows.
Oh, there we go. Now
We
it
can always
says
go back to lobby.
it's just connecting now.
Oh, it says matchmaking now.
Oh, okay. Let's we'll pop back out.
It says matchmaking canceled.
Yep, that was me.
Yeah, we're going back to lobby for you.
I'm trying to get out of here though. It won't let me.
Okay.
So that's fun. My game is frozen.
Dang, I think I need to restart your computer or whatever you play on.
I could probably just close Fortnite out and then come back in.
Maybe he's the one that plays on the toaster,
Maybe.
making everyone's game.
All right.
forever to load
Well,
in.
I'll be right back, friends.
All right.
Wait, I can still hear you, even though my game is closed.
So you guys come here often?
Oh, they can't hear me though. There we go. Okay. Rebooting Fortnite chat. Please hold. Please hold. Who is eating their mic? That's our friend Isaiah. All right, Fortnite's relaunching. Jenny, hello. Welcome in, friend. It's good to see you. Same LOLs. I would agree if I liked it or not. What, Jim? Yeah, you guys send me a request to join as soon as I get in, okay? If you want in and you didn't get in on the first round, make sure you join us. Windows, go away. And then we'll get right back to squads after this 5 rounds, chat. Hopping out for the night. I'll still be here. All right, Darkfire. Sounds good. You can join for $5. That's the cost of a sub. We don't do that. All right, so my counting channel is very broken on Discord. Oh, wait. I can see it now. It's working, chat. It's working. But it's not. Hello, Tamara. Welcome to the Discord. Everything's crashing. I'm scared. Okay, you guys request to join. All right, everybody join back up. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I got you. I got you. There's Jelly. All right, just watching for... I don't know what to do without all the loud music in my ears.
It's so loud.
I know. I was like, what the heck, man? Dial that back just a little bit, shall we?
Make sure you also put it on private, because right now it's on public.
Thank you. Done. All right, keep them coming, Chad. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Oh, the Sock Monkey skin is great.
You like my skin?
It's an imposter.
An imposter.
You'll never know which one's really me.
Yeah, it's good. Your name doesn't float above you at all or anything.
Nope. It doesn't.
All right, so we had 9, but now we have 8 because Darkfire's dipping. Anybody else getting in? That's the question. You give everybody like 15 seconds to send a request to join.
Not like soft monkeys?
Apparently not.
No, I think it's because you keep changing the...
Oh, she said the Sock Monkey is scary, though.
Oh.
Okay, I'm changing it.
So, fun fact, Jelly, that robot skin that you're wearing right now is the first thing that the hacker who hacked my account bought.
He bought the Save the World pass.
Yes. All right. I guess we're readying up. Here we go. All right. There's 8 of us.
Putting the skin on, you know, just so people won't know the difference between me and you.
Yes. And then what was my name? Peach Legit? Something like that? For like 32 hours, my username was Peach Legit.
Why'd you let a hacker hack you?
It was somebody from Romania, and somehow they got through 2-factor authentication on my Microsoft account. And that was cool. So really what they hacked was my Xbox, not my like Fortnite account directly, but they were able to like change everything and make purchases. It was fantastic. So
they were just really dedicated to that Fortnite grind.
yeah, like for real. So anyway, I reached out to Epic because I thought that's what they had hacked, and they got all my stuff back to me in 32 hours. They were very fast.
Yeah.
So, but then Microsoft didn't fix the problem at all. But the person who hacked changed the primary email address, but they didn't change my backup email address. And so I was able to log in and then just change their email address back to mine. It was ridiculous. All right, here we go.
All right, guys, use the Easter egg launch. It's the best.
Why is there trees on this one? I saw trees up there.
There was trees on the last one in the very first round.
Oh.
Oh. I didn't know if they would fall on you guys. They didn't fall on you guys.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peach Legit, like 42 or 36 or something weird. I don't remember what it was.
I think we might need to break the blocks that the trees are standing on.
But that was definitely an interesting time. And it was Midnight's first time in the stream. And my name was Peach Legit.
Like,
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Peach Peach legit.
Yep. PT stress, Peach legit. I was confused. I had an identity crisis
Oh,
happening.
hey, the tree does fall.
Oh, like legit? Oh, it does, but it doesn't do any damage, right?
Midnight with it. I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
No, it just broke.
Maybe it's old. Okay, it's Chonky again. Chonky, we're gonna have a repeat.
I'm scared. No, I'm scared. Stop that. Stop that.
Coming with me.
Stop that. Okay, I have one too, you know?
I wasn't even purposely trying to do it. Go back to where I was going. And then once I saw that, then I started doing it.
I see a Chonky.
It's like you don't. It doesn't recharge at all.
No!
You can just shockwave the entire game.
No! I'm dumb. I don't want to talk about it.
It's okay. We all saw it. We can clip it.
No clips.
Flip it.
No clips during creative allowed.
What means that?
I'm scared. Stop that. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, the corner block was out and I fell through that. I hate it here. You died? You fell all the way down already?
PT.
I jumped. How did that hit me?
So apparently knocking the other blocks off also will go down and knock other blocks. That didn't quite make sense.
Wait, what was it?
He said if you knock the blocks off, like the ones that are loose,
Mm-hmm.
when they're falling down, they will knock other blocks off.
Oh, what?
So with the shockwave, how blocks go flying.
That's odd. Oh gosh, I'm scared. Okay. I'm in a precarious corner here and I don't like it. Oh yeah, because there's one block that's like glitched. It's not like laying flat any longer. No, 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 no. I'm scared.
Okay. As I was seeing PT from was shooting me.
They're teaming on you in the chat on TikTok, they said.
I mean, it makes sense.
Just got Taco Bell after work. Not gonna eat and enjoy the stream. Let's go, Dead Coder. What's up, dude? Oh, I'm so scared. Rocket launchers. There's blocks flying at my face as well.
Chonky, we can have a repeat. You know how that, you know, the last time.
No. Dang it. Okay. Mistakes were made. Obi, did I just knock you down 2 layers?
Yes. And I'm not happy about it.
You were doing so good. Stop that. Stop it.
Come on.
Stop it. Stop shooting me from above.
I'll shoot you from the same level. Then.
Stop it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I died by PT.
Oh, I'm scared. Somebody has a rocket launcher. They're using it. Midnight? Stop that.
Midnight, you better win.
Midnight, you better stop that. Oh, somebody's above me shooting.
Midnight, avenge me.
Avenge me. Oh my gosh, Midnight, you're I hate it here.
Good job, Midnight.
Avenged you.
Appreciate it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Wait, how am I spectating Obi if Midnight kill me?
She didn't directly kill you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got
The reason that
you.
You could only spectate me. I'm pretty sure it was because it actually said that.
Oh, I can actually spectate everyone. Okay, good deal.
Yeah.
It wouldn't let me rotate earlier. Now I can.
I think if the person directly kills you, you can't rotate.
Chunky grappled off the map. Whoops. Oh man, this is fun. This game is interesting. I'm gonna have to play this with my boys.
Midnight, Snowy, and Obi.
All right. Yeah, where's Snowy at? Oh, okay, I see you over here. Oh no. Okay, I was nervous for you, Snowy. Yeah. Oh, there's a boombox out there too in the middle.
Yo, bro.
You got this. You got this. I believe in you. There we go. There we go. Oh boy, rocket launcher inbound. You can shoot them out from below as well, unless you're just trying to not give away your position, which is actually probably pretty smart.
Even though their name tags pop up on them still.
Yeah, it's true. David, it is interesting. It's a lot of fun though. Oh boy, time to go. Nice play. Nice play.
I think PT is voting for Snowy.
That's what I'm watching right now. So just on the lowest level. So. Oh, now there's two. All right, Obi's got the high ground. It's over.
He also has a sword.
True. Oh boy, clingers. Lots of them. You got this. You got this. You got this. Oh, see, that's my problem. I always try to grapple through a hole that's too small to fit my body through. Run.
Wear a smaller skin.
Obi. Oh, that's funny.
There's not a lot of blocks left.
No, there's really not.
At least on the upper part.
Jumped at the last second. That's actually pretty smart.
He's coming to you, Midnight.
I saw that, Snowy. I saw it. David, same to you, friend. Same to you.
What a troll.
I love it. I love it. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Oh, no.
Oh no, I hate it here.
Gotta let that sword recharge.
Oh, and you missed 2 grapples.
You missed your chance.
Back up top once again. Oh.
Oh, okay.
He's blowing up everything.
What I do to you?
Points right now. My money was on midnight.
Yeah, your money was on midnight. I love it. That's funny. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Screaming as he fell down.
Yeah.
On TikTok. I'll drop it in Fortnite. Y'all crazy.
Alright, guys, I won't die to PT this time.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Nah, I'm gonna kill you.
I
I'm
give you
Jelly.
my personal
Place third. Let's go,
victory.
Snowy.
I'm not gonna die to Jelly again. I'm gonna kill Jelly this time.
All right. All right.
Technically, I didn't kill you last time. You killed yourself trying to kill me.
I know, but I blame you.
Let me just point that out.
That's funny. That's good stuff.
No, but I blame you, so that's why I'm blaming you because you killed me.
Okay, that's fair.
That's
Can
fair.
you grab 2? Can you grab 2 shockwave hammers?
Surely not.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why you would, but
Not a bad idea.
You can? No, yeah, you can.
Nuh-uh.
You can grab 2 shockwave hammers?
I've got 2 in my inventory right now.
Oh my gosh, that's wild.
I don't
Using
really,
it all.
I don't know how useful 2 is gonna be.
I wonder, like, if you.
Baited you into testing that. Wasted calls.
Yeah.
I'm more
That
of a
means you
being a
can-
beta tester.
You could go 2 pistols then.
No, I cannot, Nandos. I cannot read you any titles. I can't read any words off of this map.
He barely can read English, and you're gonna have to read like Chinese.
Nope, can't read that. Not one bit.
You struggle with English.
Listen, sometimes, not always.
I can't admit you could read that. I'd be quite surprised.
I would
Who
too.
is RPGing me? Midnight?
Sorry, Lilith.
It's Slayer. No, I just saw that you were the first one that I looked over that.
Oh, Lilith landed on me again.
Wait, don't kill me. My daughter woke up. I'm trying to take care
Oh, okay.
It's okay, baby.
I'm scared. Chonky's on me. Oh, well played.
Let's go. Nah, so I shot you
Can
down.
confirm
Lilith,
2
don't
hammers
worry,
is a bad strat.
I killed
I
him.
eliminated her because she didn't accept my friend request.
Yeah, and then I killed you.
I just spammed the rocket launcher after.
Chonky.
Confirm 2 hammers is a bad strat.
Yeah, I don't see why you would need 2 hammers. I would just risk it. So you can play 2 pistols, that means then never have to reload
If I
them.
get to play and my daughter wakes up, I didn't get to play.
Chonky.
That's what I'm doing for my presentation guy off where Jelly, I'm going after the only you will get the I want 3 layers just with RPG. I'm going for it if you guys.
Yeah, but think about who killed you. So your shot didn't work.
I killed myself by killing somebody else.
Bro, what happened to the
No, I shot
second
you down.
layer, man? Second layer's in shambles over here.
Me and Midnight happened.
Oh my gosh.
Jelly, we got
Also, don't worry about the bottom layer too. Might be a little damaged as well. Just maybe a little bit.
Yo, would you guys see if I know if I was in the
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Chucky! Chucky! Bad cat.
Bad cat.
Yeah, please, will you take me if I say I'm late, please? Because I am.
Am I what?
Would you hate him?
I barely hear you.
I think is what he said.
This is
No,
scary.
I said I'm late, please.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay, now I'm really scared. Now I'm on the bottom row. I'm really.
CT stress, guys.
Uh-huh.
I'm an atheist.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
We're gonna die very soon. We're alive. W jumped through my ball.
He'll be dead.
I hope you guys will be forever.
Oh, I'll win this. Give me my
Yo,
personal
someone
guarantee.
get out there, bro.
No, I'll give you my personal guarantee.
No. No. Scared. Bro, you can't make it through half of these holes on the map.
All the blocks.
Jelly,
I'm
you're
not
missing.
necessarily. No, I'm hitting all the
You
blocks.
can't hit me with your shot.
I wasn't trying to hit them.
About time, dude. You go. There you go.
I'm trying to make it so there's less blocks for Chonky to sword on.
Donkey, stay away from me. Dang
You
it.
stay away from me.
Didn't even realize it was you, if I'm real honest. Donkey.
Well, how did you miss an answer? 3 people left.
No. No. Absolutely not. You stop that. Stop that garbage.
There was a kid that just wanted you to die.
I died. He died.
No, Chunky. No. I hate it here. Oh, I'm very scared.
Okay, why don't we, team up and get the sword guy?
Oh, he's above us still? I thought he was gone.
Yeah. No.
He has not a lot of space left.
Destroy the one that
He's behind me?
I'm gonna qualify as animal cruelty.
Animal cruelty.
He came right to me.
No, Chunky. No.
He has 9 lives.
Apparently. I'm dead. I died. Dude, you have to pull that grappler out so fast. Yo, Rift, thank you for the follow.
Wow, there is literally nothing on the second level.
No, that second level's trash.
Have you seen the top level?
Well, that always gets there. I feel like it's always like that.
Oh boy.
Like an unfinished Tetris game.
Chonky? Chonky? I don't have much places to go.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, Chunky might die here. Oh no.
Stop it. He's following me.
He's following me.
Where'd he go? He's throwing things.
Oh gosh.
You're throwing bullets at him. Let him throw a grenade.
Oh, that was so close.
The parkour god here.
Oh, PT, you gone?
Oh yeah. I died. Nice.
I told you I was gonna give you 9 personal guarantee.
640 points in the Twitch channel right now.
GG's. All right, we got 3 rounds left, y'all. Jelly's won 2, so we gotta step it up
You can
here.
play 1 at least.
I won 1.
Oh, I thought that was this. Who won the first round?
Me, bro. I'm in the first round.
Oh, that's right. Midnight won the first round. I forgot.
Nah, I'm not
I forgot.
I'll kill you, Midnight. Take your skin.
Listen, I thought it was the 5th round of the last one that you won, but it was the first one. When is the next community night? That will be.
So nobody's beating me.
We may have to roll.
Still somehow lose.
I may not be able to do the next 2 Sundays because Mother's Day, I probably won't even stream, to be honest with you.
Listen, guys, I didn't leave.
I might. It just depends. Depends on what the wife wants to do.
Why is it like?
It could be the 21st. All right, this is Chunky's last round, by the way.
There's only 3 of us that have weapons.
I'm scared.
I feel like we should do, weapons versus, swords.
Or just all swords one round. This map would not stand a chance if we all just had swords.
It barely stands a chance with weapons.
I know. I feel like it would just go even faster. I'm scared. Oh no. I'm being sorted already. I got rid of 1 sword person from this top level.
And they just came right back up.
Yeah, I bet they did. Obi, don't you do it. Yep, knocked yourself down, didn't you?
and then right back up.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Oh, dang it.
I took out one whole corner of the second row. So you fall in that corner, you're dead. Well, not dead, but you'll go down to the thing.
Chalky, don't you come over here and Gangnam Style on me.
Exactly where I said not to fall.
Oh, I'm scared. Yo, Stormy, have a great night. Okay, who is this? Oh my gosh, I'm all the way on the bottom now. Thank you. No. Stop following me, stalker.
I can smell you.
There's so much going on.
I don't have a clue what I'm looking at right now.
If you're wondering why there's nothing really left in the second one, that's also the
Your jelly's taking it all out.
I am trying to destroy every single thing of the middle one, so you either fall from the first one or all the way at the bottom. Okay.
Wait, O-Dog's in the house? What's up, O-Dog? Let's go. Mistakes were made. No. I am trying to just live here. Oh man, all you people with swords, there's just chaos everywhere.
You'll notice on the second level it's only flat pieces now.
You literally took out all the second and third rows.
Yep, it's only the flat pieces.
Oh my goodness.
Stop it, Chucky. I died. I literally died. Come on, man.
I'm not doing the third level, so that was somebody else.
Chalky, I blame you. Hashtag blame Chalky. Literally went down all 3 levels and could not land a square with my hammer.
It's gone to the point where no weapon spawns here anymore because they all fall straight to the bottom level.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, should we do sword only for the next round? That would be hilarious.
You can, yeah. Kiki, have you seen this level yet?
Listen, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, wow.
Oh god, I've been down here the entire
Yeah, that's wild. Yo, O-Dog. Thank you, dude. It was a fantastic day today. 125 people today.
If I eliminate this, then
So we go farther than we do in the actual game in this game.
This is crazy. Like, you're literally just chewing away the middle.
I go tonight.
I fell off. I don't know what I was thinking. So did I. Yeah, 125 people today. O-Dog. That's how many people we baptized today. It was wild. What happened to the clip, Nandos? No one saw that. Yes, they did. Oh, it's straight to the bottom. Dude, you have literally carved This whole bottom layer is just trashed. Or second layer, I mean. Oh no. Jelly.
Got you.
I
got you.
He threw a clinger down. He threw a clinger down at you.
Threw a clinger up at him. I was on the third.
Oh, you. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And then the boombox where he landed.
Oh no. Oh, I didn't know that worked.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that. I like that Chunky has a cereal spoon. That's my favorite. Is it all the people with swords left? Is that who we're watching right now?
Yeah, they targeted the people with pistols. There's only 3 of us.
Oh man, swords only is gonna be wild.
They just wanted to give you a sneak, a sneak peek of what's gonna happen with swords only.
Oh man, this is funny. What is that pickaxe? That thing's crazy looking.
You know you all have to attack each other now, right?
Oh, swords is gonna be awful.
Oh, we made the first move. See that midnight just went all the way down to the
Dude,
bottom?
that yeah, because there's nothing left in the middle. How much is the amount of kills? Jim, there's no technical kills on this one, but if you want a number, then it would be what, 4? And right back up top we go.
Didn't have enough space to save it.
Oh, midnight.
Obi, that clinger came all the way down and almost killed you.
I didn't stick.
No, it stuck, but he destroyed the floor with another one.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
So
It
bounced
dropped.
all the way down and then jumped back up and blew up.
Your strike out. Oh gosh. I see them dropping down. That is wild.
Chunky, what are you doing?
Snowy, it's the Tornado fan, but exclamation point Discord. There you go. That layer is just absolutely demolished. They're all hanging up top. Okay, I didn't realize you can't throw the boom boxes very far.
No,
Oh.
but they pretty much get the entire area.
Yeah.
Around. Oh, emoting almost cost him. Oh, it cost him.
Oh. Still in? Oh no.
I choked.
He just aimed at it. He didn't want to participate anymore.
I sold.
Chunky.
If I would have kept going, we would have been here for another like 30 minutes.
Chunky, he'll never know. just one slash straight at the bottom block. I went first.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Oh, Chunky.
You would have gone first.
Oh no, GG's. That was funny. I died first that round. Feels bad.
No.
Ending was worth it.
Lilith, me, Midnight, and Zalair all have a thing.
Yep.
It's
Sing
lying.
along.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Wait.
Never won.
That's also 4 people with wins when there's only been 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's
This
odd.
is the 4th round now.
That's very
Never
broken.
won.
Look, no one has ever
I mean-
said that Fortnite has worked without a glitch.
That's
Ever.
true. That's
That
true.
is
So, are we
I
really
mean, hey.
surprised here?
Lilith.
It's just giving
take
me
the
the
credit.
win because I suck, okay?
Hey, a win.
All right.
Win's a win.
Are we doing swords only?
Oh, Chunky left.
Yeah, swords only.
Swords only. Swords only. All
Yeah,
right.
that was his last one.
Yeah,
He
Chunky
said
had to
it was.
go. All right, swords only. Here we go.
Be ashamed if I got a pistol.
It would be.
It would be a shame. Everyone
You're
would
gonna get
talk
a
to you.
yeah. You're gonna get attacked.
Guys, I can't use my.
Chalky, have a great night, friend. Of course, of course.
Good night, Chucky.
GG, John.
I like that I can put my chair on this floating
half
cube.
The game.
Yeah,
It was still fun.
Oh, it was fun. Oh no.
I mean, hey, a couple of clingers to what you were standing on, Jelly, and then a boombox where you landed. That was a.
Listen, you could just let me out.
Oh my gosh, I'm already down a layer.
Just let me finish the middle area though,
Why would I do that?
because it would have been more fun. Watch you guys just fall all the way through. Oh, PT really is on the bottom there.
Nope.
I just wanted to scare you.
I see that. This music is very loud. Oh
I
shoot.
stuck it to you.
You did. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared. I'm running. Airstrikes for no reason. I'm not picking those up. Oh my gosh, those are crazy loud clingers as well.
See, it's good to pick up the airstrike just to scare them.
Yeah, I love that it does absolutely nothing.
Well, it's supposed to, but if you look at where it lands,
Yeah.
it literally just hits the entire, like, the cube of the map.
Oh, it doesn't make it through. Yeah.
No, it just hits the barrier.
They built that top barrier to keep people from being able to just glitch it probably, and then
I think to sort out the entire time.
yeah.
Just spam the sword.
You're
Oh, now you okay? You stuck it to me. You stuck it to me. And my kneecap as well.
I threw that so far.
It stuck to the same spot I threw mine at you.
Oh no, that scared me.
See, now it's a lot scarier to use the sword. Can
I know, right? Well, there's gonna be no safe space left on this layer for sure.
I will let the people survive that know how to jump. Okay. That's evil.
That's evil.
Pickaxing away. And I just see clingers at my feet. Okay, now a killer grenade. I don't even know what's going on up there, but me and Peter are just having our own life.
we're just down here chilling, just taking out blocks one by one.
As, you know, trying to kill each other.
Occasionally, just casually, you know. Oh, well, that was cool. Oh, the airstrike makes it difficult to see where you're running, though. That's dangerous.
Oh, no.
Oh, welcome to the party, Lilith.
Oh, hi. Welcome to our level.
Fancy meeting you here.
Oh, no. Panic mode.
Panic mode. Just run. Yo, Dead Coder, have a great night, buddy. How's the weather treating you in good old Minnesota? Is it snowing? I turned that accent on real fast. Just for you. This is a scary level. I don't like this layer anymore.
No. Oh.
Sooner or later, it's just gonna be only flat.
Right?
Oh! That was a big gap. I don't think I would have made it if I didn't have that chiller.
scared.
I knew.
Going at me.
I didn't throw anything. I threw it up.
Oh. Your arm made it look like you threw it at me.
Oh no, I threw it. I threw it. I threw it straight up.
Oh, looked like nothing landed.
Snowy.
Okay, mate.
Not snowing, just cold. Got you. Don't you know? Yeah. Don't you know? Yeah, all of a sudden I just got real scared. And I'm on a layer by myself and I still got nervous. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm scared.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about being shot from the back.
It's true. I just stuck somebody with a... Was that Lilith? Did I stick you with a clinger?
No.
Oh.
You missed me.
Oh, those went down? Oh, come on, bruh. No, that's not what I meant to do. Oh my gosh, I almost went through the hole in the map. No, no.
Hit myself.
All the way through, huh?
Yep.
I heard it.
Oh.
This music's a bop. This music is extremely loud. Although it is a bop. It's just very loud. It's a very loud bop.
Oh, you're just sitting there. You looked, you know, like, you look like you were falling asleep up there.
Listen, this is my island. Stay away from me. No. No, I'm scared.
I feel like I'm in a nightmare of Minecraft, taking all those blocks.
No. No. No.
Oh, no.
It wouldn't let me do anything. Oh, I hate it here. I fell all the way through.
Was PC the first one to die?
No.
No.
No, I was.
And then PP.
We both eliminated ourselves, though. It was no one else's fault.
I don't know, the kill feed said midnight killed you.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
No, no, one never lies.
Listen, Midnight was sitting on this little purple block over here that's out in the corner by itself for a while. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think we did that.
Yes, O-Dog, let's go.
Person's so mean.
Graduation invites, bro. It's wild. Yo, 712346. Thank you for the follow. Wait, I'm confused. Where's 5? You left 5 out. 712346, but there's no 5. I'm confused.
They didn't fully learn their numbers yet.
But thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I've made severe progress on this lower level.
Oh my gosh, there's like not a lot left. That's like that the parody that is like this knockoff Sesame Street, and they do a parody of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, but it's I can only count to 4. Have you seen that on TikTok? It's great.
No.
You got to look it up. It's actually really hilarious. My kids think it's great. Of course, they are 10 and 8 years old, so
They think everything's great.
yeah, they think everything's funny. Are you just chilling?
Suggesting that your followers don't get the humor of an 8 to 10-year-old?
No.
We all have the same kind of humor.
Well, I told my wife that I was gonna add like a new sound alert. I can't remember what it was at this point, but she was like, you're gonna need a bunch of like 10-year-olds in your chat. I'm like, I have a bunch of 10-year-olds in my chat. It's called Twitch chat. She was like, oh, okay.
You heard that, Midnight? He called you 10.
I would make it into a fake alert just to play on stream as a joke, but that's too much effort. It would be funny though if that was an alert. Yeah, I can only count to 4.
So, are you guys like all like just chilling up there, just like teaming for when I destroy this lower level and I have to go all the way back up there? Am I doing this just to get myself killed?
I don't know.
Correct.
But dude, it's a mess, bro. This y'all look at this bottom layer. It's scary.
I'll leave some blocks for people to land on.
Just a few though. Not very many.
They're good though. Oh! I just.
Okay, you're making me nervous. Oh gosh.
He made me leave my hidey hole.
And he's up. And they're all up with you.
So it's everyone else.
That was fantastic.
That's not scary. You turn around, you just see 2 other people coming after you.
It's like you're being pushed.
Oh my. Huh? Might as well do some work on this level.
Yeah, might as well. Oh, Obi's gone. Oh, I panicked for you. Oh, Snowy.
See, look, Obi, you charged me, and now everyone else is dying because of you. So what did you learn?
Nothing.
Okay. Huh?
I'll do it
Be
again.
honest.
I'll do it again.
I'm lagging, I gotta do
Yikes.
She sent me a Discord note and it lagged me.
She knew.
I'm being trolled.
This round's taking too long. This is a long one. The sword's only as long. I'm gonna try the burst SMG next round.
Standing on the same one.
Because we have one more, right?
All swords sounded great, but
Yeah,
in
it's
practice.
yeah, it's tough. Oh, I live.
See, I know where all my holes are on the
Yeah.
bottom level.
Yep. Yep. You used one for sure.
Wow. What was that, Jelly? What'd you say?
Nothing.
They are super fun, though, dog. We just get goofy, and I love it.
Where's all the weapons at?
You knew where all the holes were?
You knocked too many holes in the map. There are no weapons.
Yeah. No, you see, I knew where the hole was. That's why I didn't follow me to it.
Oh. He's 3 steps ahead of us. I don't know why he's questioning.
Okay.
You ain't gonna find nobody better.
All right, here we go. Last round.
He has 2 wins.
Determined to win. I got 2 wins.
2 wins in a row.
You have 2 wins.
How is that even possible?
Lilith is the goat.
I'm just amazing.
Who are you teamed up with?
Wait, are you the first to die twice? Is that why it's doing that? I know Jelly picked on you one round, and then the other one you eliminated yourself.
I won twice in a row. I won
I
twice
didn't
in a
pick
row.
on her. It's like the other guy that has 2 wins picked on her. I killed
Yeah.
that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I avenged her. She's clearly paying.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna try that burst SMG. We'll see how that goes.
Good luck. I mean, it's great. I wonder how the Excalibur is.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. Be very explosive. Let's go, Snowy.
That is the first.
Yo, Jasmine, have a great night, friend. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being mod extraordinaire as well.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yo, Midnight, you follow me again, I swear to God.
All right, here we go.
You're gonna have to me after.
What just happened? I went to the moon, y'all.
I shockwaved you as soon as you shot.
Oh my gosh, I went literally to the moon. I had no idea where I was. I got really scared. I'm scared. Oh, I almost fell as well.
No, he's dead.
No way.
Yep.
Oh no.
I have a midnight following me.
A midnight.
I turned around and
I
there
feel
she
like I'm being
was.
targeted because I won 2 matches in a row.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, you did win 2 matches. Where's he at?
Oh shit!
I'm ready.
I mean, the all sorts match really can't call it a win. We were all trolling, and like, it is what it is.
Well, yeah, I was busy destroying the bottom map.
Well,
No.
I see you lurking over here. Yo, who's got that rocket launcher? That thing's wild. I know who that is.
Alright, so anytime I'm in proximity of the firework launcher, I lag. Got it.
Without my sword, I'm useless.
Hey, you didn't go sword this time, did you?
Nope.
I literally... Is that you, PP? That's not. Okay, that is PT.
Oh, those are good clingers right there.
Hey, rude.
Yeah, PT.
Lilith?
Kill him.
I see you lurking back here. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Scared. I hear an airstrike going off down there.
Oh, you want an airstrike up there? Okay.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Hey, you said it.
Or fireworks is what I heard going off, not airstrike. That thing.
Oh, you want fireworks up there? Alright, let me find some
No,
first.
please.
Where the fireworks at?
No, I messed up.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No, 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 no. I'm scared. No! No, no, no. No way. It glitched me through there?
Oh, wow.
No way. I might die here. What a terrible angle I have.
PT, are you good?
No, I'm dead.
Oh, I got distracted right after you.
No, you didn't. I hate it here.
Watching you.
Oh, it ended in a draw. Oh my god.
No, it says I won. No, it says I won. It says I won.
No,
Wait,
I
did
didn't.
Lilith still
I
Lilith
could have
win.
actually won.
Luffy let.
It's
You gave him the draw.
Oh,
Oh my god.
was it a time limit? Was it a time limit?
No,
No,
it's
she
acting
tied
like
with me.
Lilith and Slayer were on the
I
same
won.
team.
Hey, final scores? I won. First. That's
How are they on a team together?
GG's,
It was,
Lilith.
well, you can't though, but the game just was registering them as being a team.
Oh my gosh, that's
GG's,
wild.
Lilith.
And I think that's why when every time he won, she got a win as well.
That's
Lilith
craziness.
is the goat.
I won.
That's amazing. Amazing. All right, y'all. Well, thank you for playing. That was a lot of fun. We will definitely run that map back.
A lot.
Wow, 147,000 experience for that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. Well, good deal. Y'all have a great night.
Yep.
Wait, what? So we're not gonna play squads?
No, that's what we're switching back to for a little bit. So,
Oh, I'm registered already for number
yes,
5.
you and Midnight and Obi.
Alright.
All right.
Oh, so then I call and then I join next.
You're after, yeah, two games and then you're up. All right, let me send you guys some invites here. Midnight. And where is Obi?
Oh, fancy meeting you here.
Hello. All right, now I need Obi. Where'd Obi go on my friends list? Obi.
Earth to Obi.
Yo, Snowy, have a great night.
I'm in
Oh, he just sent a request. I'm blind. I see it. Ah, perfect. There we go. I'm so proud I won. Lilith, that's so awesome. That's so funny. I love that. I join on my phone while I do my skincare. I got you, Marissa. Sounds good, friend.
To get on the same team together.
Slayer, I will when it's your turn. Had the explosive AR. It's always messy. Okay, Jim. All right. Now that we're not... Well, I'm still going to be very bright, but it's going to be okay. I got 141,000 XP off that map. That's wild. All right, I'll wear the...
So, give it a rating 1 to 10.
Like an 8. I wish there were like a few more weapon choices, but like overall the map is a lot of fun.
I loved watching you miss the gauntlet like 8 times.
Oh my gosh. Well, every time that I found a gap, my body wouldn't fit through it. It was very unfortunate.
That's why I only
Awesome,
use it
Odog.
if
Sounds
there's,
good,
like,
buddy.
4 block gap.
Yeah, well, there was one that was plenty big, but there was one floating block that I hit my head on, and that's what started my downfall. It was unfortunate. Chat, I don't know if there will be a Troll Squad stream tomorrow. We may have to move it to a different day because Oldest has a project due on Wednesday, and tomorrow is our time to work on it. Actually, I think it's due Tuesday. That's why we're working on it tomorrow. He also has another project due Wednesday, but he has 2 days to finish that up. And it's not really a project. It's just homework that they gave them lots of time to do. But they're doing a famous Texan museum where he is going to be a wax figure. And he has to make... well, he didn't get to pick. They assigned them. But he was assigned Ross Perot. So... we are having to make a trifold with facts about Ross Perot. And then he has to take a prop. And he has to give a 1-minute speech. And then there's a fourth part of it. And I don't remember what the fourth part is. But we got to wrap all that up like tomorrow so that he can practice for his presentation on Wednesday. Because then all the parents get to go walk through their museum that they're setting up. And he is supposed to be like a tour guide, I think. So he's gonna do great. But we got to get his little. It's like a science fair project, but it's like history. So you see the idea on TikTok? Yeah, it's pretty lit. Lilith, you're gonna be playing with Panda if Panda's still here, and then Slayer. So anyway, should be good. Should be good. And what's cool is Ross Perot was born in Texarkana. Jelly, which Texarkana is a city both in Texas and Arkansas, so that was kind of a cool connection since we are from Arkansas originally.
Hey, so you guys will be able to handle it over there, right?
Yeah. Huh? Yep.
Okay, 'cause it will take me about an hour to get there.
You're just now at Anvil. There's only one team coming, I think, and we have a better drop than they do.
Oh, that's good.
Yep. Oh, I should land on the bridge.
Midnight have a better drop than they do. I'm not as far behind as Jelly, but I'm still behind.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we got this. We got
Might
this.
make it there as soon as he makes it there.
I believe. I'm gonna grab bounty so that we at least know where they are. Midnight, you got that bot hired?
No, but I can.
Oh, I mean, it's up to you. I don't mind. I can go do it if you're trying to save some gold. I just need a shotgun. I have everything but a shotgun. And this lovely lock-on pistol.
He said shotgun, not ammo.
Where's this man landing? Is he landing on this roof? Bot is very angry with him. Knocked. Charter 52. Hey, come here. Come here. No, no, no. Don't run from me. Come here. I want you to sit right by this gas can, okay? All right, bye. I just cooked this person over here. It was great.
Thanks for bringing me a purple Maven, whoever you were.
Ooh.
I'll take it. You didn't seem like you really wanted it that much.
It was my kill. They brought it to me. So.
Yeah, so be a team play and share.
So.
What is yours is mine. And what is mine is also mine.
We can trade if you want to trade.
Oh, oh. Somebody got that bot down there?
Yeah, I got PT, don't worry.
Lobby bound. Yes, yes, indeed you were.
I wonder where they come up with these names.
I don't know. They're great, though. Some epic employee, it's their sole job to make trolley bot names.
You'll notice all of them have two numbers after
Yes, yes.
them. Yeah.
Purple combat, purple sub on the flag.
All right, on my
There's
way.
another one?
A purple combat. I have a purple Maven.
No, bot.
Oh, sorry.
PT, leave me alone. Get scope.
Oh, this is a regular dirt bike. This doesn't have boost. I was like, why is this thing not boosting? Gun goes pew pew. Wow, these names are ridiculous.
Iron Tide 57. There's one more bot somewhere. Because that was only 3 of them. But I don't know where the 4th guy is. So. Okay, Minecraft villager.
Guys,
Yes.
I'm gonna stay right where I'm at until you get here to see me. Because I don't know how I did this.
Alright, I'm on my way.
My interest has been piqued.
I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I'm gonna run.
I see it on your stream.
I want to see it in person.
How is this even a thing?
Oh, he's in the tree.
I parked my dirt bike
What the heck?
in a tree.
Nice, nice.
I don't understand.
Those don't normally go there, so it's odd
No,
to see
no.
that.
How did you even manage to do
I hit the edge of that little rock, like the ledge right there, and it just bounced me up, and I landed perfectly in the tree. I have no idea. Oh, man, that was funny, though.
That's great. There's a blue Maven up here.
Come here, Katana lady. I need you. Thank you. I don't even know how that happened, but it was great. I have a terrible AR. I don't want it in my inventory.
And normally, I'm pretty sure if a dirt bike landed in a tree, I think the tree would have broken.
Right?
At
Exactly.
least the branch.
But nope, that one just held me right up.
Fortnite is not known for its actual physics.
Correct.
That is true.
The cars can literally surf.
Yep. And you
Oh,
can
we're
literally just
hunting a Peely. That
a
feels
giant tree.
that feels correct. Nandos, you're a legend.
What Nando's did?
He made the 444-bit alert. I can only count to 4.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
I can only Nandos. Oh my gosh.
Careful combat.
Oh, looks like I'm going all the way back.
Nandos, that's a legendary, dude. That was great. We gotta bump that volume just a little bit, though. I don't know if that was on my end. Did it sound good to you guys? If it sounded good to you, don't change it. I just felt like it was quiet on my end. Our bounty's like right here outside Anvil, by the way.
You are like all the way over there by yourself.
I know, I'm just hanging out, capturing a flag, you know, just chilling.
Oh, you're not in a tree this time?
No, I'm on the flag. Like on the flagpole. It was quiet? Yeah, I thought so.
Good, they're right here.
That's a little bit better, yeah. All right. Well, flag has been captured. Still garbage loot. Like, I didn't get anything good. I really just want a red eye. Fortnite. Can you hook me up, please? Ooh, what's that?
Good night. Right here.
Nice. I'm about to drop a purple Havoc AR. If anybody would like it after I pick up this red eye. Then I'm gonna.
I would like it.
All right.
Oh, never mind. She won't like it. That's what I said.
Oh, Maven. Yes. Okay. Grab bag.
No, my bot died.
No, in the storm.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go for this gold yeah, weapons cache. That thing. Words.
Use them.
Yes, use them correctly. It's only at 20%. Didn't want to burst your eardrums. Send it super low, but I can. Oh shoot! Coming back. Scared.
PT encountered some people.
At least 2. I think I can actually take them if I can get. Oh no! I got people ODMing on me.
Yeah.
That's a different team. Oh, they're gonna push me hard, guys. I'm coming back to y'all.
There's one on us.
All right, I'm here.
42 blue.
He has a sword
Coming
and
all the way up there.
ODM gear.
Yep. Thank you, Nate.
I hit one for 50 and the other one for like 38. They're right over this hill. All right. Yeah. They're engaging somebody else.
Yep, they're running still. I hit one for 29 blue. 29 blue again, one's cracked.
I gotta get an angle. I have no angle where I'm at. $58 on the other one. They're dipping. They ran further.
Yep.
There's not one hiding in this bush, right? Nope.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna just keep pushing up. They just keep leaving us on high ground up here. They're at gas station now. Oh yeah, fighting another team. Past the RV park. $54 on that same gold skin again. No! Wow. Broke that kid. Knocked him. Frosty pockets instead of hot
why'd you
pockets.
jump down there?
Yeah, listen, I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Do you not even know what happened?
Yeah, I know what happened. You flint knocked me.
Yeah, it's up to you if you want it.
No, I'm
I told
good,
Min
thanks.
that I was gonna troll you with it.
Hold on, I got Dragon's Breath Sniper now. Where are those guys at? They still at the gas station?
One of them was by the reboot.
Yeah, he's lagging over there. Oh, it's a bot.
Oh, I got sniped.
Coming in to our left, guys. East, straight east. Oh, they rifted. I bet they're going to the island, actually. Yeah, I don't think they're going to push us. We should stay on this guy's card, though. Right?
No, I see them back here.
Okay, on my way. Trying to get to you, Jelly. You're alone for a second.
Yep. 89 blue. On
No.
blue. He's in the full kill.
I see him.
30 blue.
Dang, they're like... Broke that kid? Oh, that was a nice snipe.
Oh, yep. Oh, okay, I'm down.
Knocked one, knocked one. Should I push that? I'm pushing that midnight.
Okay.
I knocked one up here, so. Oh, I got him. He's dead. He's dead. Never mind. I'm not pushing. You want to res Obi? I'm gonna try to stick a reboot on Jelly to bait him.
Okay.
Wait. Bait me? Or bait them in?
Bait them in by rebooting you. Is
Okay.
what, yeah. What's he shooting at?
Because the way you said it made it seem like you're gonna bait me.
No, no. I can't believe I just pulled this off.
Left, 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 left.
Yeah, I saw him. I'm backing up to you guys.
I'm gonna try to land behind one of them.
Yep. I cracked the one by the reboot van.
One's knocked. I full killed him.
He's right by the reboot van. He's camping. Spam that guy. Spam him. Spam him.
You focus me. 84 blue.
Yeah, I missed my shot again.
22 blue. He should have no shield.
He had like 10 shield, but I got him. All right. There's a ton of loot here. And they opened up a weapons cache right here that we can grab as well. There's slurps, all kinds of goodies.
Sweet. I need some.
Oh, wait. Where are the slurps? There's no slurps. I lied.
Oh, okay.
But there's med
Let me
mist.
grab one. Yeah, let me grab one of those.
Yeah. And zone's not far. You're good. You'll make it. Slayer Nandos is not a chat room bot. He is a mod. And he is informative. That's mod check. He was letting you know he's a mod. I'm gonna go to this key chest down here real fast. Just to see what is here.
Ooh. My germs.
I already have one of those. Go right ahead. Wait. The golds. I have the Dragon's Breath sniper. Ooh, do I want the heavy?
Yeah, you can take the heavy.
All right. You want the Dragon's Breath?
Yep.
All right. There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So he's a bot? No, he's a real person. That was a real bit. I did. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nandos, for the 444 bits. I was laughing so hard I didn't even realize that it was not a test alert. I see it in the activity feed now. I just saw this better work, Keck W. Get timed out. Nandos, we need to come up with a sound to go with timeouts as well, just like we have with bands. And I'll put it in Lumia's stream. We just got to think creatively as to what that's going to be. Oh, I'm being shot. Hey, bud. How you doing down here? Cute little bot.
On him, I got you.
He's weak. I got another one.
Missed a whole clip in the P90.
Wait, where's this other guy at? He's up this hill. Up the hill. Up the hill.
Oh, I got lasers. Holy, what the?
You got a team on you?
From behind me. I didn't even hear them. Finished. They got the pulse rifles.
All right, hold on. That's the team
On
that
my
went to the
body.
island
Team
then.
on the island.
On my body.
Oh, yeah, right behind the rock, Jelly. 90. Knocked.
He's dead, knocked.
Woo, that hurts, doesn't it, buddy? I'm going in for Obi's card. Reboot van on the edge. Oh, shoot! I didn't even hear this man or see him right here. Midnight, I'm resable behind this rock as long as Jelly wins this fight.
I
Jelly-
hit him for 96 and 21 white.
96 and 21? That makes... Unless he had a
And I
slurp.
cracked it. I
He's got a
cracked all his
slurp.
shield.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he
but-
had the slurp glow
But
on him.
it doesn't we do it that fast.
Unless he drink 2. Oh,
It
rip.
would only, if you drink 2, it only does it for 4.
Wow, that was wild. I didn't even hear that man. I ran right up to him like I gave him just a free kill.
Yep.
Nando, send it over, dude. For free? Yes, it was a free kill. Oh, no. Jorge Fernandez. Oh, and they got the win on a bot, Sag. That was the only real team left. That's very Sag. Yo, Carbon Dragon, welcome in. All right, this one's ours. This one's ours. That was a fluke. Couple nice snipes in there, though. I'll take them. Man, I should have stayed up high ground instead of rolling the way that I did. 'Cause that kid behind that rock got absolutely toasted right there. Isn't this one of your only viewers? You, Jim? No. No, you don't count. All right, Marissa, have a great night, friend. Get some rest. Jim?
Why doesn't he count as a viewer?
Because he's a troll and a bot. I guess
Well, I'm a
technically, I guess technically,
You're
I guess technically he does count as a viewer, actually. All right, let's go Citadel. I never land here.
Yeah. Because he doesn't have the actual technical, like,
But there's nothing there.
bot stuff.
There's a lot here. You just gotta look for it a little harder than most places. If you land at the 2 little castles on the outskirts, it's better. So like this one, and like this little village that's down the hill from it. Where's that village at? Oh, I can't mark it because the Citadel's in the way. But the one that's like right down the hill where the reboot van is, there's a lot down there usually.
Of what?
Loot.
Oh.
All right, I'm just gonna land straight on Katana Lady, I think. Oh no. Don't you come here too. I'm gonna grab the shotgun first. They didn't land here?
No, they all land, I think, at the main area.
Oh, she gave me minis too. Here you go, Obi. Oh, they're fighting somebody already. Who's that?
I'm shooting.
Oh, okay. I'm taking the zip line over. You good, Midnight?
Nasty Boy 67.
Oh, I'm going back to the castle one more time. Give me this purple red eye, please. Thank you. All right, here I come.
Here comes to save the day.
Ooh, and a legendary chest. If I get a purple red eye, I'm gonna be upset. I hate it here. You have got to be kidding me.
That's funny.
There's a
Did
purple
you buy
red.
a purple red eye, then got one?
I used my key on a purple red eye and then got one. So not as bad as buying, but still very upsetting.
You guys here yet?
Yep, I just knocked best llama ever right above you.
Sweet. Okay, I also got a red eye from opening up a chest.
Shooting
Night.
where it's drones. I'm shooting drones down.
Here's some
Thanks.
minis for you, and here's a big pot for you.
Oh, on me.
Wait, I have the big pot in my hand still. Here's a big pot for you.
Wow, that bot was all over the place.
Got him.
Yeah. Oh no. Grenades.
That was me.
I know.
But now I also don't know how I'm gonna get up to you.
Did
we go.
you blow up the stairs or something?
Yep.
Clipped
But I
and
found
shipped.
a way.
Thank you, Nandos. I'll check it out for sure. You said there's music behind it though. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what we can do. Maybe I can extract it. My audio editing skills are a little rusty. That's not typically what I edit. Oh, somebody's coming up.
Someone ziplined.
You're? Oh, they're right here. Oh no, wait, that's midnight. But there's somebody else.
On me.
Yep.
They just went inside.
Get
Chasing
them.
them. There's another. One's knocked. Oh, that's you. Not-
There's another. I was like, where? Did we get that flag?
I don't know. I don't think we captured it.
We didn't capture the flag. Let's capture the flag. There could be good loot here.
You see, I'm playing Fortnite, not capture the flag.
Yeah, well.
That's like, you know, like a, you know, skin tag.
Oh, okay. My stairs broke.
I'm hoping I can knock you off.
All right. Where do you want me to stand?
No, I don't think I can with this.
Oh.
I was hoping I could though.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
There's ammo right there.
Thank you.
Obi, there's a splash on the flag, by the way.
Heard.
There's also a blue combat.
Not anymore.
Never mind.
Oh, there's a blue combat right here. Oh, I hear people.
I got him.
Nice. Oh, it
Killed
was
llama
that was
specialist.
yeah,
And you
llama
killed the best
specialist, and I
llama.
guess I killed best llama ever. Clean audio sent. Let's go, Nandos. Oh, more people riding the zip.
I got this.
$60 white. He's super weak. Nice job. I heard another
Not
one though.
Default player.
Not a default player. Well,
Yep. He acted like one.
where's the other? There's somebody else shooting at me. Oh, up top. Actually, right here by the river. A what? A plasta Fritas. Is that like plastic chips? Isn't that what that is?
I think Ritas is I thought this was Friday.
More people over this way, by the way. Right here on this tower. Those are bots. He just walked off the edge. Oh, whole team on there, though. One more. He rifted.
Tepid porridge.
No way he rifted.
The thing's name was Tepid Porridge.
Well, that's gross. Nobody wants that.
Wow.
So
Wow.
where did the other guy go?
He's flying over this way. He's at a render. He went southeast though. Oh, he's back in render for a second, and now he's out of render again, and I'm stuck on a rock. He went very far southeast.
See up this hill.
Like he's even further. Mr. Krugs, have a great night. Thank you again for the raid, friend. I appreciate you very much. Like he went like probably 600 meters away from us.
I should be there. Nobody killed the boss here.
Oh, for real? Nice. Headed over. All right, boss man down. I need to pop my augments real fast. Hardcore.
Midnight, there's the mythic havoc for you over here.
I'm gonna re-roll. Re-roll again. Re-roll a third time. Ugh. All right, Bloodhound it is. All right, you got the key. You're opening the vault. I'm capturing this here flag.
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna grab this SUV first, or SUV. What am I saying? SMG.
Is that a new vehicle added to the game? PT just linked the newest vehicle for next season?
What if that update this week? There's SUVs. We've had everything but SUVs, right?
Donut one.
The what? The donut one.
Donut skin. Since apparently they listened to you if they added the SUV.
Oh.
Yeah, so just make them add a donut skin.
Yo, Vex, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, what we got in here? We got anything good? We got anything good? Oh, yeah. Nice, nice.
I guess that's one way to get rid of following.
Very true. All right, anybody have a plethora of sniper ammo that I could be lent some?
I have 12.
Are you using them? Okay, thank you.
No. At least you get it back. Man, I'll take you to the.
Does nobody want to carry these last two slurp juices?
I have two.
Two on me.
I got a bone to pick with you before creative. What are you talking about, Jim? All right, not running out of. Oh, a team. Oh no, that's a rift event happening. I thought it was somebody flying in on us. Wait, somebody just knocked down a tree up here.
Could have been the rift event.
I don't see the rift event. Oh, it was the rift event, but it wasn't even close to the tree. It's Dire over here with the scarecrow, and now he's howling at me. Oh, he's mad already. I didn't even shoot him, and he got mad. There we go. He's dead. Aerialist. Come on, aerialist. I'm gonna go broke trying to get aerialist right now. Ugh. Okay. Well, ain't gonna be able to do it. Oh, team up here.
Maybe you have a sword though.
I know, but I still want aerialist. I feel like I can. Oh yeah, they're down by the beach. I'm pushing them. Oh, I'm being targeted with the tracking pistol. I'm getting out. This is a real team. I knocked one though.
They're double resing him.
No, they're not. Not on my watch.
I knocked one though. I don't think these are real people.
Yes, they are.
How are they real?
Yeah, they're real people.
In the middle of the open.
They ODM geared me. He's coming up. He's trying to push me. He's out here trying to get content with this pistol, bro.
Who would do that?
I don't know, but they got wrecked. Yeah, definitely real peeps. Faux show.
We're really close to the island. Do we want to get that or not?
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's push it now.
Did it just spawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's get it.
All right, I'm here.
Alright.
Making sure everything's reloaded.
Yep. Keep the flag hot for us.
Yep, keeping it hot. Protect me. Protect the lion. I hear somebody ODMing. Is that us?
I don't think any of us have ODM go.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a sword.
I have a sniper.
Okay. Yo, Psycho Nana, thank you for the follow. They are out east. Yeah. Broke
I
one.
think they're running towards us. I hit one for 132. I also got hit though.
Right here, right here, right here. Watch this ODM guy. If you can pop him with a shotgun on his way up, he might die to fall damage. Pulses are here. I'm gonna keep my sniper, I think. Look east, look east. There's teams out here.
No, there's people northwest as well.
Okay.
He's chilling behind this rock.
Well, I just finished one that got knocked a second ago.
Hit for 132.
Northwest, I see him. I see him live mark.
Sorting away.
I see that. I'm gonna wait till he stops. Oh, 233 meters. Yes. Oh, being sniped at, being sniped at. They're gonna try to go res that guy. Right down here, right down here.
He's beyond that wooden area.
Oh shoot, I got popped.
I hit his teammate for 132.
Yeah, good job, good job. I don't know if we... I'm gonna shoot his
ran
walls
away.
out. I'm gonna shoot his walls out. Focus him, focus him, focus him. We gotta watch our right though, because I'm getting sniped from over there too. Let's go, Vex. Thank you for the follow. I see your message. 120?
You should have got on top of that house.
120 on the guy behind the rock. There's two with snipers. One's behind this rock and one's behind that hill behind him.
I think that one guy got rezzed.
Yeah, he did. I didn't get my kill on him. So they're running. They're running. I hit another one for 120. Oh, it's a bot. Landing on us. Landing on us. Oh, I'm dead, y'all. No, I'm not. The tree saved me.
He ran out, but I got shot.
I see him. I see him. Oh, my sniper's not loaded.
This guy gliding.
Yep. I'm trying to laser. Knocked. Let's go. This is crazy. Is there more slurps on the flag?
Yeah, there's a bunch more.
I'm gonna drink this one then. I'm working on it, chat. Here they come, here they come, here they come. Oh, he's gonna go try to get that Gwyn that I knocked up. Right down here? Yeah, that sounded funny, I know. Knocked! Knocked! Another one!
That bot sniper is dead.
Okay. I'm pushing that. I gotta go get my full kills. I'm gonna get my full kills.
Alright, I'll try to cover you from the
I
top.
didn't mean to go down, no.
I got another one knocked, but the Gwyn got out. I'm getting lasered. I'm coming back up. I got two of them dead, and the Gwyn has no shield.
Probably a shield now, though.
I don't know. She dipped.
At least over shield.
Oh
In the
yeah,
house, in the
over
house.
shield for sure.
There's one in the house.
And one behind that tree then. Oh, to the right here. 120.
Dead.
We're at in the house.
They were in the bottom floor.
I think she's
but I think
gone.
they left it. I don't know where they went though.
Right here on this loot. We do have to rotate soon, guys. Oh, she shot my floor out. She's being a little sneaky. Here she is. She's behind it. She's right behind it. I think we pushed her. She's alone. Got my way, tree. I can't see anything.
Yeah, it's not really anything to push her with.
Oh, you're right. Is she gone?
To the right. One crouching.
It's just.
Hit him for 132.
Nice job. Nice job. We focus this.
He's
Oh,
solo.
yeah. He's trying to get card. We gotta go.
You knocked him in, eh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
He'll die out there. One's gliding in. I'm headed for this ridge right here. Those are some good fights right there, guys. Good shots. All right, on the other side of this ridge, there's the team. I hear him right down here. Can't see him though. Oh, right here, right here.
One died in this.
Yep. Terrific one.
Jelly.
Watch him midnight. Watch him midnight. You got a whole team on you.
Behind us, too.
Oh no. Sniping at me.
Where at?
Right down the hill, right down the hill, right here. Nice job, nice job.
Oh,
Where'd you get
that's
shot
right.
from, Obi? I see him, I see him, I see him. I gotta reload. 120 on that guy, Jelly. I'm gonna try to res.
He's dead.
Nice job, nice job. There's another team right down the hill where Midnight's card is. I got 2 finishes, but they're gonna be trying to collect everything. I wouldn't drop down. Oh,
I don't see anybody.
yeah. Okay, I'll mark where they were. They were right behind this tree.
That tree's gone.
Probably in that house. Probably in the house. Is there a gas can down there? Dang, there's not. All right, I'm gonna grab Midnight's card and then I can sword back up if needed. Okay, so I have slurps. I could try to pull off this res. Is it ticking for 2? No, it's ticking for 5. Never mind. Okay, looks like Zone's gonna pull to a reboot van though. We want to go ahead and rotate this way so we can possibly.
I'd say just rotate down here still though.
Here, take this height. Somebody's landing on me. Yeah, they landed right down here.
Is it a 3v3?
On me, on me,
Yeah,
on me.
someone's shooting at you.
No, it's 3 teams.
I'm being shot at.
He's dead, Obi.
I got one.
And I full killed one, so it's just the last team left.
3v2.
I knocked one.
Yep, Obi, that guy behind is dead. So it's a 3v1. There's one guy left alive.
Okay, we're gonna.
Oh, so the one you just was
There we go. 3v1. Mark him.
He just went in circle with Storm. He's about to reboot again though.
Into storm.
He's rebooting. He's dead.
No
though.
way.
There's no way he pulls that off.
Let's go. Not on my watch. He had 2
He must have
slurps.
had 2 slurps.
He did. Because I broke his shield twice.
Okay.
Let's
I was gonna
go.
say, I was like, he should be dead. GG.
GG's.
Geez. Thanks for the games, guys.
Oh, man, it's 1 a.m.
Problem.
Yurt.
11 for me.
I gotta work at 6.
Oh, that's what I gotta be up.
Later.
That's what I gotta be up with my kids. Let's go.
Alright, see you, Obi.
All right, y'all have a great night.
Thanks.
See you, PT.
Yep. See you
Thanks
guys.
for the games.
And thanks for the creative map. That was fun.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, let's get Lilith in here. And Slayer. And is Panda still here? I doubt Panda's still here. But if Panda's still here, we'll get you in. All right. We got to finish off strong.
Not with me.
Yes, with you.
Bro, I tell you, that was crazy. That's creative.
Oh, that was wild. All right, I'm going to switch this to trios. And let's do this. Let's do it.
I got faith. How many ground ones do you have?
40 something. I don't really keep up, but I know it's in the 40s. Let's see here. Yo, Obi, have a great night, friend. That was a blast. Yeah, 42. I knew it was in the 40s.
I got none.
You got none or 9?
None.
Oh, that's all good. There was a point where I was trying to keep mine at 0, but my kid likes to get them, so he plays on my account sometimes, and I was like, well, I guess we'll just keep up with him then. Let's go, Jelly. If I'm asking my viewers and share them with you, let's go, dude. That's awesome. That was a great map. It really was. It was a lot of fun. My kids, if they haven't played that one, are gonna love it. I load in before everybody. I'm on Central Server and I live in Dallas, so I have 0 ping, and I'm also on a monster of a PC, so that helps.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's a hoss.
Slide me a PC real quick.
Slide you a PC real quick. If I'm sliding anybody a PC, I promise you it's gonna be a second one for the stream, or it's gonna be one for my kid. That's what's gonna happen. Actually, most likely what I'll do is build a second one that my kid can use, and then when I'm streaming and he's not here, then it becomes a second one. It becomes a stream PC for me. I already read that. I spent way too long making that alert. Have 15 tabs open to get it. Convert it from MP4. But I did it all for a joke, but I'm gonna leave it. I love it, dude. I love it, Nandos. I think it's great. All right, where we going? Where we going? Y'all want to go?
Anvil.
Anvil. All right.
Swords. No.
Look, we can land right here and grab a sword and then come to Anvil. That's the
Do
plan.
you think I have bars? No.
You're broke. You're broke.
I am so broke.
I have.
I have 5,000 gold.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Well, I didn't.
4 FPS you could do every day.
I have 2,300, 2,400. Or come to my house.
400.
Wait, what can, O-Dog?
So I guess I can get a sword.
No.
Oh, I forgot to
that's
change
like
my
one.
glider.
What glider do you have?
These wings, they're like, I don't know, stupid wings, but I can't see anywhere with them.
Oh yeah, they block your view.
Yeah.
They're cool looking, but they are not.
Right, I was like, oh, wings.
Oh, the second piece.
And
I'll take the
then,
piece.
No.
No.
Not at all cool.
No.
Can't see what I'm doing.
All right.
I couldn't catch up to it.
No.
I have 0 ping. What? Mantle.
I love it when it won't let you.
I'm saying. You know, if you say that, I could have bought it for you.
How high can I count, Nandos? I can count higher than 4. I give mine to midnight. Oh, I got you. All right, we hit at Anvil. I'm down. Yes, Jelly. Yes to all of that.
I mean, that lady does take a
There's definitely a team over here. I have no shoddy, but I have 2 spammy weapons, so it should be good. There's a half pot here for one of you.
I have money. I'll be full.
All right, I have to remember this is trios and not squads. It's very important that I remember that. Okay, there was somebody here, but I don't hear them now. All right, I really could use a shoddy. A shoddy is what I need.
A shoddy. Oh, I gotta go in
No.
in the lobby right now, okay?
Blue katana here for free.
Oh, here goes a shoddy right here.
What is it?
Havoc. I mean, Maven.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
Hey, you take the ammo.
That's not us on the flag, by the way.
Somebody else.
Yep, broke one.
Whoa, boy, you doing nice. There's one behind him. Somebody in that house. 2nd floor. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna wait for me to come out.
I broke that EV skin.
85 whites, 85 whites.
No, I got one. I got one knocked. 2 knocked.
What did you shoot at the wall?
Got them all. Let's go.
Wait, man. Liver, come pick up my crown for me.
Here, I can do it. Nope, that's not what I meant to do.
You have a crown.
There you go.
Or, okay.
All right, let's reboot. Reboot.
Yep.
That was a nice little trio wipe right there. I don't talk about it, Obi. Yeah, volume was great, Nandos. Volume was fantastic. Yo, Dean, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, by the way. How we doing? I am Ty. I am. Welcome in.
Oh, wow. Legend.
Lots of goodies there for you guys. Where at? I'm on my way. Oh, don't land in the tree. That's gonna hurt.
There's people over here or what?
Oh, that's what I thought. I thought there was shooting over this
Is that
way.
just where we're going? I'm so confused. I can't remember.
Yeah, I thought I heard shooting this way. Dean, tonight is actually community night, but the queue is closed. We will be doing one again. We do it every other Sunday night, so make sure you stick around and look for community night in the title. I don't stream every day. I'm not a full-time streamer. But we will gladly get you in on some games, friend. Just not tonight, because it is almost 2 a.m. my time. Yeah, shots this way, guys. Shots this way. On the other side of Citadel. Oh yeah, right here on me. They're on the zip, on the zip.
There, yeah.
I gotta reload everything. There's also people this way. Yeah. Watch above us though, because there's people coming in from the backside. I got 2 knocked over here. Coming back. You guys good?
Oh, I hate this.
No, I might die. Oh my gosh, I saved myself. Yikes. Almost died to fall damage. It was really scary. I took out part of another team, but I don't know where they are.
I killed one of them.
Okay, there was a team down here by the reboot van, and I knocked one. Do you want to talk about it? Wait, where are you? Are you inside the castle?
He fell down, yeah.
Oh no.
I got him.
Okay. Double res. Might as well. Yo, Lindsay, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. All right, we do have to go to zone.
I was trying to get a shotgun.
There's a. I just passed the combat. Nando's, have a great night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the new fun alert. I appreciate you, man. Possible stream tomorrow with the trolls. We'll see. It depends on how smooth the 10-year-old's school project goes. By the way, I'm pushing over towards the weapons cache. Wow, it's so far away. I may not make it before it turns blue. If it does, I'm turning around and coming back. It is so far away. I didn't realize it was this far. Very sad. Oh my gosh, it's so far, guys. It's gonna turn blue. It's gonna turn blue. I hate it. No, I got it. It's gonna be purple. Yes.
Nice.
Hey, and I'm in zone. Look at that. I'm just gonna have to win any fights that push this way. Because I'm very much. I don't know how far away you guys are. Here, let's find out. Yeah, you're 600 meters away from me.
We're pretty
Fantastic.
far, yeah. Nice. It gave me aerialist.
I got aerialist as well. It's like the second time tonight.
I've actually gotten lucky with it today.
No, I can't. All right, well, nobody's contesting us for this, that's for sure. Purple SMGs, purple red eye. Yeah, right here. And purple havoc pumps. All right, I guess I'm going back to Shattered now. Oh, I'm being shot.
They're shooting.
I know, I could tell. On the left, on the left, on the left.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
I think he's different between me.
Oh, shooting at me now? Oh, yeah, I see him.
He's making all the
Down by the
Not
water?
far.
Nice job, nice job. I'm gonna stay looking at Shattered while you guys clean that up.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, oh, more.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do that.
What it is?
Right here. Really? Knocked him. Porta sniper? That's not a thing, buddy. I don't know what a portal. I guess all snipers are technically portable. I shot the boss.
Where are you?
Boss is knocked. I'm getting shot by another team.
Mark.
You're by yourself.
I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, I found him. He's dead.
Where are these people?
Fort Goodnight. Really? Bot. I already took care of the boss, so we can open the vault if y'all want.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just had to figure out where he died at.
Right here.
You got it? Okay. All right, I'm gonna go to the vault. Let us in. Let us in now. Beautiful. All right. Rule is if you
Oh,
can't carry
really?
him, you drink him. So don't take slurps with you, or don't leave slurps behind. I mean.
Mhm.
So
All right, where to? That's the real question.
oh, let's go frenzy. Well, we're on final.
Frenzy? Yeah, we can go frenzy.
Yeah, no, island.
Wait, where's the island gonna spawn at?
It's
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. Oh, on me, on me. Got one.
Oh my gosh. Lagging.
Sorry. Kind of dropped right in the middle of your fight there.
Island?
All right, island. Yep. Shots to our right, I think.
On the left, guy right here. Oh, is that a rift? That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit that rift.
Yeah.
That's a rift?
There's one
Yeah, there's a
on
rift
top,
right here.
too.
Yeah. There's nobody up here. This is clear. Is that us rifting? Okay.
Yep. Oops, someone's trying to shoot me.
Yo, Cody, thank you, thank you, thank you. Where from? Where from?
I have no idea.
Oh, north,
It was
north.
when I was in the air.
On the
I see-
castle, on the castle.
There's one down here too.
Yeah, watch the castle, watch the castle. They got a beat on your face right now. He's got a heavy sniper. How did that miss twice? Seriously? How is that missing? 120 on the one on the castle? Yeah, they're right here, guys. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna keep looking at the castle. They're fighting somebody else? Oh, we gotta go, guys. We gotta go.
Yep.
We'll get ready to watch behind us as soon as we get the zone. Oh, right here, right here. Behind that rock. Oh, he's right here, right here. He's landing on me. I'm landing on him, I mean. Sorry. These bots are crazy with these last minute, like, duck out of the way of the shot. It drives me crazy. Oh, here they come. ODM gear behind us.
ODM.
Up on top, up on top. I'm pushing that. Sounds like one guy. He's inside. Inside healing. Knocked.
Nice.
Here comes the buddy. Here comes the buddy.
Oh,
Knocked one.
We have to go. Go, leave.
Hold on. I'm dipping, Lilith. I got out of there for a second. I gotta heal up. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm coming back. Are they weak? I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Oh, shoot, there's another one. That's a different team.
Yo, you can grab my reboot and I'll do both of them.
Yeah, hold on, hold on. They left, right? So I'm coming back. No, there's still one there.
Did you finish or did you go?
Yeah, I gotta finish. On one of them at least. Wait, where's your... Oh, I got both cards.
You got him, yeah.
Is this one a reboot?
Where's the reboot vans at?
It's really going like you, but that's like.
That's where they're going.
That's the only one. That's the only one.
No.
In circle. Or yeah, I guess Andrew.
Oh shoot. Hold on.
Don't go back to middle. What are you doing? It's doing good for you to go back to middle. There's fire on top of that.
What?
Someone else is shooting me.
How did that not land, bro?
We're little slow. You can't do that. And he's already knocked. Or dead actually. Yeah, the team's going to pretty sure. But the kids are there.
No way Trace will pull off a reboot now, right? Are you serious? Yeah, he got my finish. I want him to try again. No, it's ticking for 5 now.
It's not gonna. Yeah. There's no time to reboot.
No. Ticking for 5. Oh, there's a reboot all the way across. I don't know if I can make it. There, I'm gonna get pushed a lot.
Right there.
You're in South Carolina. Let's go, Cody. Thank you for the
It's too
25
small.
GGs too.
Reboot. There's only 5 people left.
Yeah, they're gonna hard push me if I do. Oh, no, they just pulled off a reboot. You gotta be kidding me. How many though? Just 1? 2? Dang, that sucks. That is not what I needed at all. Who's shooting at me? That's a bot. I'm gonna leave him though. Was this one of the trees that falls? Yeah, see, I need to get rid of that for sure.
Oh.
No way! What?
Run and gun.
Bro, that thing's broken. I should not have lost that fight. I had a shotgun, point blank range, and this man wins. All right, one more. There is no shot I lose that fight. Look at this guy. He's in trouble though. I don't think he has any heals. You're gonna die in there, sir. What are we doing here?
What?
That was a terrible plan. Oh, you're big dead.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you lose this 100%. Yeah, what the junk. Reloading! Wow, I was reloaded. Don't spam reload. My gun was not empty. Shotgun should not lose that fight to an SMG.
Yeah, that was only having to do that 7 machine gun, bro.
That SMG is broken for sure. Cody, thank you for that follow. Yeah, that was wild. He had 40 HP. I hate losing gunfights with a shotgun like that. All right, this one's our game. This is it. If they had not pulled off their reboot, we'd have had that. All right, let's go. I'm going right back to the same spot. I want that sword right away again.
No, what?
Yeah. I could buy you one. I have gold.
Okay.
Plenty.
On the island, there's a vote.
There what now?
I'm gonna love you till the very end.
You heard me?
No, you said something about a boat?
Peaches, I'm missing it. Wait.
On the island.
Oh, really? All right, here we go.
I'm lagging.
Don't do that.
Oh, okay. It was frozen. I
Just load
couldn't see
faster.
anything.
Load faster. Double plus good. That's the name of one of the people in our game.
Interesting.
Double plus good. All right, Team Lane and Citadel. Oh my goodness, maybe two.
There's so many people.
So many people. Hey, Katana Lady, I need you right now. All right, I bought a second sword. It's sitting there for you, Lilith.
Oh, I missed. There we go. Oh, get out of my way, lady.
That is not what I intended to do. Meant to pop this.
No.
Already shots at the Citadel. I'm gonna start capturing the flag just to put a little pressure on these teams here that are fighting.
I don't have anything but a stinky red eye.
Oh, what? Come over here. I'll give you this havoc. I'll gladly take your smelly red eye. Oh, I'm dead. This kid just sniped me. He's right here on me. They're looking for me to finish me.
Oh, they're all there. And
They're one of their friends is knocked. You might be able to res me. No, there's three. There's three. The one's knocked. I watched him crawl away. I'm safe right here under the stairs. Watch, he's on you. He's on you. He's on you. Right here. Slayer, we need you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we died off spawn. We run one more.
That was ridiculous.
Yep, that was my bad. I didn't realize this kid had a sniper of all things and was gonna one tap me. Bro, that's not.
On pistol.
That is not even. Okay, so they had another team knocked, and that's the guy that I saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was 3 of them.
Oh man. You what? Yeah, 3v1. They were all decent health too. Dude looked over the edge and one tapped me with a sniper though. A rip. All right, LG.
LG. Wait, what does the KEKW stand for? In the
KEKW. So it is an emote from a website called BTTV. You have to have like Google Chrome to be able to see it, but it's just a laughing emote. It's just a funny face, a funny laughing emote. So you can actually see LOL, LUL. You can see that one in Twitch chat. Everyone can because it's a Twitch emote, but KEKW is a BTTV emote. And if you download the extension, then you can see it. We have a bunch of other ones as well. LG like the TV brand? No. LG as in last game, O-Dog. All right, here we go. No dying off spawn this game. I will attempt not to push a full trio with a sniper. Didn't know they had a sniper. All right, breakwater, hot dropping it. Let's go.
Oh my.
We in.
I didn't think the bus driver. This is a bad game already.
Yo, Smoke it. Welcome in. Let's take a look. Okay, Jim, what are we taking a look at? Jim's out of control tonight. Okay, I think I'm landing on this building. Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, I'm gonna land on whatever this weapon is here.
I'm nervous. There's so many people.
Yep, there's a lot.
I didn't like it.
Okay, I have a shotty, so that's nice. Let's do this. I have a mini for somebody when I can get to you. Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah. I think it's a bot.
Okay, have we hired the bot yet?
Yeah, I did.
Nice. That was a bot for sure.
I didn't mean to fall in the water.
Llama specialist. All right, Minnie is laying right next to the vending machine, by the way. And I'm gonna go ahead and cap the flag so we can see where everybody is.
I'll cap it. I have
Okay. There's a half pot for somebody.
The bot is stuck in the water.
Oh, she'll rematerialize somewhere else and scare the life out of me here in a minute. All right, grab bounty for sure. They are not here, sadly.
Does somebody have a shotgun I can get?
I only have my Maven. I just threw a half pot at you though. I'll mark a shotty if I see one.
Yeah.
Somebody's already looted this tower up here.
That was me.
Oh, okay. I was like, hold up a minute. All right, going to visit the katana lady.
Yo, wait.
Right over here.
I won't even need a katana. I won't even need it. But I'm gonna get both.
Actually, I'm gonna stop here first. Oh, you got ODM. Nice. Oh, I got a katana for free. So I'm still gonna go get a purple one from her, and I'll be dropping a blue one that will be free. There's a Maven shotty here if you want it. Somebody just stopped capturing the flag at Citadel. Oh no, they just capped the... Oh boy. I'm gonna not use my sword to get up top because I think they're gonna hear me.
Yeah.
They're 100% on the flag. Oh yeah, they're gonna be looking this way in a second. Knocked one. I think you might have been AFK, so I lasered him real fast. Let's push him. Let's push him. Let's push him.
I don't have anything to push them.
One's rezzing. One's rezzing. I got a second one. I got a second one. I got the finish. I got the finish. The other one's looking at me. Knocked him again. Dead. There's one more. One more. One more. He's up top. He's up here somewhere. No, I can't see him, but he's up here.
Right here.
He's dead. Let's go. Ah, a little trio wipe. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Oh, I about messed up.
Hold on. I'm gonna emote on these guys real quick. Yo, Brave, what's up, buddy? They got a little wrecked. Yeah, I have one. There you go. And there's one right here.
Yo, I knew you did not hurt.
All right, I'm gonna take these minis. That team is very upset with me right now, by the way. All right, headed back over to the other castle to see what's in the key chests. Oh. Don't do that. All right, there we go. Oh, purple red eye. Yes, please. I dropped a blue. Oh, that Cobra, it can stay there.
That's how I feel about red eyes.
I love my red eye. By the way, I'm full on AR ammo, so any that I happen to come across, I can't do anything with, so y'all are welcome to it.
Oh my gosh. Bot move. Thank you.
All right, where we headed? Where we headed? Blue Mark? Is that where we're going next? Okay, let's do it. All right. Oh, right here, right here, right here. Literally in the trees. Excuse me, sir. Here talked about your car's extended warranty. Oh boy. Mistakes may have been made. No, I'm good. I'm good. You got him. You got him. Nice job. Nice job. Was that a full kill, the second one? That was only a duo? Interesting. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna go to all the key chests that are nearby. See what's there.
I'm gonna head for that cash.
I'll take it. All right, I got the last of it.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You didn't see nothing.
All right, somebody can have that gold SMG. I'm taking the sniper.
There's shooting going on down here.
Where at? Where at? Mark, Mark, Mark. Oh, I'm on my way. You are very alone.
Yep.
Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him.
I think it's bots. I'm trying to find some heals because I messed up.
Now I wish I had grabbed sniper surplus.
Someone's on me.
I'm on my way to you. Where are they at?
I don't know. I ran off.
We're all very split, by the way.
Yep.
That's bots, though. We're good. I got this one.
That's what I figured.
You got things under control over here, Slayer? Yep, that one's down. Got that one. Bot team here. Nice job. Free katanas here. Free purple havoc here. No, the AR, sorry. Oh, coming in, coming in. I hit him.
Go away from me.
Knocked. I'm in trouble, though. I can't move. I can't move.
Ah, thank you. No.
Oh, I'm getting wrecked. Oh, he's right here.
No.
Right there, right there. Laser, laser, laser.
Ah, I had to reload. No.
There's two. There's two. Oh, one's a bot, though. Just focus this guy.
If you hold down the 10 button and get back to res.
Reload, please.
My bot won't do anything. I can't make him res.
Oh my gosh. I'm lagging
No,
so
GG's.
bad.
GG's.
Sorry, guys.
No worries. It's a good try. I died right there in a dumb way. Thank you for the games, guys.
No, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m.
It's
so.
too late.
Catch you guys next time. All right, chat. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for sticking late night with me. A little later than usual. But I hope you guys have a fantastic evening. Have a fantastic Monday. Remember, you are loved. You are valued. You are created with a purpose. I want you to go out. I want you to crush this Monday. And I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. But check Discord. If you're not in Discord, !Discord, I'll have information over there depending on how Oldest Trolls project goes for tomorrow, okay? But I'll catch you guys next time. TikTok, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will see you guys when we see you, all right? But have a great night. And Twitch, we are going to raid Dustin's fish tank because it's super late. And why not, right? We will go raid Dustin's good old fish tank. You guys can vibe with some 8-bit video game soundtracks and drift off to Sleepy Town, all right? Chat, I love you guys. Have a great one, Brandon. Thank you for the games, dude. Thank you, everybody, for the games. Midnight Jelly, thank you guys again for the awesome map. And let's go raid Dustin's fish tank, which is a 24/7 fish tank. It's literally what it is. But have a great night. This chat is going well. Can't wait for Broadband to come back to the corner. What? Lilith, thank you for the games, friend. That was awesome. All right. I'll catch you guys next time. Have a great night. See ya.